Morning, everyone. Welcome to our first full day budget session. And I'm going to call our meeting to order and call upon Councillor Greenfield to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, everyone. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we're meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend to these waters.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll just ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection on today's business. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the nature thereof? Except for the fact that we all pay taxes. I think that if anything occurs to you, please bring it forward at that time. So now public participation. We have an empty gallery this morning, and we set up extra chairs. In Clark Little from TC Energy, our local representative. So what I want to say is I've been, really schooled to make sure that before I bring any motions forward, I make sure that any member of the public has an opportunity to have their say or have their input. So what I'm going to say is that we're here all day. So be sure and come along if you get the time and participate in this session. And we'll be here for a number of days. So don't hesitate to get involved. And now I need a motion to move into committee of the whole. The motion being that we go into committee of the whole at 9:02 a.m. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Bell and Councillor Forder. All in favor? And at this point, I'm going to turn things over to Treasurer and Acting CAO Val Manning. Val?
Thank you and welcome everybody today. So I think I'll set the ground rules and my thought is that, again, we want full open conversation from everybody. We want public involved if they're here. We want to have a collaborative discussion regarding our budget, and we can just start right on with the slides. If we could, am I doing this?
Yeah, you just.
Deputy Mayor, did you want to?
She's going to touch it now.
If you want, I can.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Val, excuse me a second. Deputy Mayor Keaveney has a comment here.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I apologize, Val. I just wondered about questions. Did you wish questions from council at the end of each section or anytime we?
I think we're going to be as open as we can, and if you have if a question comes up, we want you to ask it, so you can ask it as we're going along. That's perfectly fine.
Okay.
So we're going to start with a slide on motions and how we're going to take care of the motions for the day. If there's something that comes up, we want you to bring up those motions at the time. We have Margaret and Jared are back there keeping track of changes that we make throughout the day. I usually try to too, but I don't think that today I'm going to be able to. But let's just get started and we'll see where we head. Next slide. How do we do that?
You just press this one.
That one?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it now. So we're going to start the agenda off this morning. So starting this morning, we're going to have introductions, and then we'll go through the office of the CAO. We'll go through financial services, community services, ending before lunch with Meaford Public Library. And then in the afternoon, we'll have the discussion on engineering services, development services, and operations. So to give you a little bit of a highlight where we're at right now, we've assumed that a total tax levy equivalent to $179,000 is a 1% increase on our tax levy. Currently, we're sitting at a tax levy of 15.78. And this includes any anticipated growth. So there's a growth estimate in our budget that's about $310,000. Our total weighted assessment is $38 million. Our projected blended tax rate, and this is just an estimate because we haven't got, is 9.46. And that includes both county, school, and ourselves. For example, currently, if we were to leave our budget the way it is right now, approximately on a 600,000 value of a home, it would be a 9.46. It would be approximately 843 increase on annually and about $70,000 per month. Any questions? Yeah.
Oh, go ahead there.
Go through Val,
Mhm.
or go through the mayor as normal.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So is that $843 including the county side of it?
Yes.
Thank you.
So currently, if you look at this slide, to the far right, that is not our tax rate increase. That is our cost increase over last year per department. I'm not actually going to dive into that much right now, because I think as we go through and we talk about each department individually, I think those numbers will come to light better and you'll understand what's built inside the budget. So what we've tried to do is focus on consistency across the departments. We've tried to eliminate any of the duplicates that were possibly in there from our version 1. And we're trying to make it easier to compare, going back to what it used like what it looked like last year when we did our budget process. There are some things that we've tried to centralize, like office supplies, postage, cleaning supplies, and IT we've put to one area in the budget. And that was so that we could kind of see where our costs are and maybe in the end, maybe find savings because we've lumped them all together. So IT is a prime example of that. So it used to be that in 2024 budget, if you had an IT, I'm going to use cloud permit as an example. So cloud permit would have been expensed in building. Currently now it goes back to IT. There is a charge back to the building so that when we do our FIR and other things that we are comparable to what we were before. It's just we've tried to streamline some of those pieces so that we can see our costs and see if there's a savings in a particular item that we're spending. The other note was we discussed chargebacks, I think last week, and I'll go back to that. What we've tried to do, and even through review again over the week, there may be some issues. Chargebacks are, for example, let's take a look at a particular division. So municipal enforcement, the division is, they do some work at Memorial Park. So a percentage of their time gets allocated back to Memorial Park because that's what they do. They do the parking part for Memorial Park. So portion of their time is billed back to Memorial Park and it's cost in there. And so it's a revenue to the municipal enforcement, but it's a cost to Memorial Parks division. The other thing I want you to note is any actuals that you see in our budget right now are not actuals. Our year end has not really begun. We're trying to work kind of simultaneously with the budget, and when things come up that we see, we're trying to make sure that we can pick them up along the way, and hopefully for version 3 those numbers will be a little more accurate. So then we also thought it would be advantageous for you to understand what we consider to be service partners. So that would be OPP, the Owen Sound Public Library, Gray Sabo Conservation Authority, Inner Township, and the costs that they are adding to our budget that we're trying to also build in so that the number isn't as high, but they are adding to that 15.78%. The other thing is we wanted to identify the other things that we did discuss these during our initial budget meetings in November, but we've kind of laid it out a different way just so that you see where some of these topics are. So for example, the council donations. So we have inside that account right now is the $30,000 that's going towards the chamber. The $30,000 includes a lot of items like the funding for the Big Apple. It includes, I think, a donation to Dragon's Den. And I think the wave is included in that. There's $2,500 towards the wave. And I know there's one more, I just can't remember it off the top of my head. The other thing is the well-being bursaries. That's a council resolution that was done right after, and every year we support the $45,000 and it goes to various groups and communities. The Grey Bruce Regional Hospital for 50,000, Northeast Grey for 25, the recreation subsidy, and the Apple Pie Trail.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Val, two questions, if I may. I know we have a motion in place with regards to the recreation subsidy. Do we have any idea if that report is imminent, or is it your suggestion that we leave the 55 in the budget as is and deal with that when that report does come to council, if there's any recommended changes to the amount that we allocate to this particular subsidy?
Currently, through you, Mayor Kentner, currently there is no, we haven't got that far. We haven't got to that report. It is on our radar. But I suggest that we keep the $55,000 in there because unless you choose not to, I assume that you'll be funding something for that burst, like that subsidy. You can change that number if you wish, but that's entirely up to you. Any other discussion on that?
No, there's another question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not sure if anybody else had a question on the subsidy at this point. I suggest we, leave this number for now until we see the report. The Apple Pie Trail, $2,000. I'm just wondering from staff's perspective, do we feel that we're getting good value from that investment in the Apple Pie Trail these days?
I'm going to be totally honest with you. Perfect.
You turn the mic on. Morning, and thank you very much through you, Mayor Kentner. That is an excellent question, and we have been working with them. Unfortunately, I've been out of commission for a while, so I haven't been involved in any of the discussions or meetings. We are working with them on changing the way they operate so that there are multiple levels of investment from the business perspective so that it will include more of our local businesses. So we are working on that. That is the membership fee, the annual membership fee. And I would probably leave that in council's hands to decide whether or not that should come out of the tourism budget or not, or put that somewhere else. But we are working with them to try and improve the way they are developing their membership, specifically locally. Sorry, hopefully that answers the question.
Go ahead.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to take up too much time on this, but I would just like us to keep this particular Apple Pie Trail piece in mind because I don't necessarily feel that we're seeing much presence from them here in Meaford at the moment, but you're suggesting that, you know, there is conversation in place. So let's allow you to keep us posted on where this is headed. And nice to see you back, Krista.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I actually wasn't going to bring it up about the recreation subsidy, but I don't see it in the rest of the budget, so I'd like to just give a comment. The way the funds are handed out presently, if we put $500,000 in that account, it would be gone. I am not comfortable raising it above 55,000, but the parameters on the way it's given out has to change dramatically. And we're already getting requests for funding. I think it should be brought up as soon as possible, but my thoughts are 55, I'm not going any higher, but we have to change the parameters.
Is anyone interested in any, you know, discussion of that at this point? Is are you? There's a number of parameters, and one is that once they get a grant, they get the same grant every year through the term. Is that the type of thing you're talking about changing, or?
For the recreation subsidy, no, that's not the way it works. I doubt. You're talking about the CIP,
Oh, the
maybe?
recreation subsidy. Oh, yeah,
Yes,
okay.
yeah.
No,
And the way it is right now, you're funded 90%, up to 90% of what you want to do. And if you wanted tickets to the Royal Museum in Toronto, you get them. It's just open, and 90% funding has to change to maybe 10% funding or some sort of help. That's the way it was designed originally. And there's no parameters right now.
Okay, so that will have to be another discussion. We've got bigger fish to fry today, so. But your recommendation is to leave the gross amount in.
My recommendation is, it is a valuable tool, but like I said, it has to change.
Okay. I think what we'll have to do there is we'll have to take it back, and a report will have to come back to council deciding what, and get your input on what we want to do with that. So that is probably a review of the whole program as it stands right now. I think it was developed in I think the original report was 2019, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe we have to go back there, and I think we changed the parameters to the value of, or the income levels. That was changed in what, 2022 or 2023? So I think there's a couple of things that's gonna have to be reviewed, whether the income levels are correct, whether what we're supporting is correct, and maybe more more concentration on how you can get those funds as opposed to just the way we've been doing it. Is that okay, Steve?
Certainly, it needs to be looked at. And for the new counselors, this is a derivative of, at one time, Owen Sound charged outside of Owen Sound residents an extra fee for recreation. And they just billed the municipality at the end of the year for the difference, and we paid it, no questions asked. We were subsidizing lawyers and doctors, kids to play hockey, to play soccer. And so we changed it so that it was more to the whole municipality and for the people that really needed it.
Councillor Yorick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I agree with you, Steve, and we've talked about this before, and I agree with you 100%. My question is to Alex then, so this doesn't get lost and kicked down the road. I agree with you keeping the $55,000 in there, changing the parameters. When we're doing, we specifically said at the start of this to make motion specific about things that are either removed or added. Would it be proper for Mr. Bartley to actually make the motion right now that this be a report that comes back to study, change, or at least make recommendations to changes, to study it and make recommendations to it? Because if we just leave this till council and whatever, it just kicks down the road further. Is it possible to make that motion right now and just say this, we need a staff report on this to see how it can be changed?
Councillor, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we already have a motion in place and that report, as Val has suggested, will be forthcoming. So
Yeah,
my recommendation is we just leave this alone until we see the report and then have further discussion at that point about leaving it or changing it.
we'll try to get on that sooner than later. Okay. So going to the next slide. The other ones, I believe these are the ones that either came in last year or throughout like the beginning of this year. So we're looking at Georgian Bay Institute Southern. I think it came in twice. And I think we paid $10,000 towards them in 2024. Georgian Triangle Humane, it came in November, but it's not built into the budget currently, and I'm not sure if there was a resolution to include it or not. Meaford Thornbury Special Olympics, there was no specific amount, but it's just identified so that there was a request that came in. Collingwood Climate Change came in like in December. There was no specific amount and it's not included in the budget. Meaford Downtown Organization, that was the presentation that was just happened last week. And they've identified some things. I just want you to note that some of these are also included in that $30,000 for the chamber from the slide above. Summerfest and the $1,000. And so really the only new, if it's the $15,000 that you're looking at, 9,000 of that is new. I would say either you're choosing to move some of the funding from the chamber to Meaford Downtown or however, or unless you're going to approve a full $15,000. Beautiful Joe, that's the bridge. Currently, the bridge is not in our budget, but that's not to say that you can't bring that forward at a later time during our deliberations. And at what amount, that would be a discussion that we'd have to have at that time. Any questions?
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and not a question, but I would make two motions. The first, that we allocate, as we have in the past, $10,000 to the Southern Georgian Bay Institute. They do a lot of work and are really inclusive of Meaford in their events that they host at Meaford Hall and in the research that they undertake. So I would put forward a motion that we allocate $10,000 to the Institute.
You're seconding. Any discussion? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I appreciate that. And depending on how the rest of the budget works out, I would be in favor of this. Watched other council meetings, other municipalities. I would like to park this funding request until the end of the budget process to see where we are. You put it in a parking lot and it automatically gets brought up at the end. I don't want to add anything to the budget till I can see what we can change. 15.78 is not acceptable to me. So I'm not saying no, I want to park it.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bartley, and that's fair enough. And if we're going to park things, then may I also suggest we park Meaford Downtown, again, recognizing that we don't have a BIA and the presentation that we heard. And Val has just shared with us that some of those funds are already allocated to the chamber. So they've suggested $9,000 for 6th Street revitalization. So I would make a motion that we allocate $9,000 in a parking lot for Meaford Downtown.
Is there a seconder for that motion?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, sorry to interrupt. I would say that Councillor Bartley brought forward an amendment to park. So there was an amendment made to Deputy Mayor Keaveney's motion. So the amendment would be to park the donation to Georgian Bay Institute of Southern Georgian Bay until the end of the. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My intention was to park all of these funding requests that are not included, this whole page
Okay,
till the end is what
Okay.
my intentions were.
okay, so
And
then,
like I am bringing at next council meeting a motion forward for it to get costing on the bridge at Beautiful Joe Park.
okay,
But it's just a fine costing. That's not to spend money. That's the fine costing to see what could happen. So I've really tangled this up on her one motion. My intent was to park this page.
And did we get a seconder for that motion?
we need a seconder, please. Yeah,
And Councillor Greenfield is seconding that. So and this is, so we need a vote on the amendment to Deputy Mayor Keaveney's
yes,
motion.
yeah.
And is there any further discussion, or do you want to vote on that at this point? Go ahead and speak, Shirley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fine if we park these requests until a later date, as long as we know that we will come back and have discussion on them at that point in time. So if that's what everybody is agreeable in doing, then I will park my motions until such time as we review these requests.
Thank you. And I asked the clerk, I've seen it in other council meetings and the clerk looks after it. It goes into a parking lot and it's automatically brought back. It's not that we got, oh, remember that we have to do this. It's brought back. Is that possible?
Well, I think further to what Director Manning said, we have staff noting down all of these conversations. I'm also taking the minutes. So for our purposes, yes, I would say that's 100% possible.
And it sounds like the original motion was withdrawn, so we really don't need to vote. Am I right?
Deputy Mayor Keaveney?
My suggestion would be that we need to vote on parking this entire list, because I've sort of included my motions in that request as long as we review these at a later date. So in my mind, we should vote on, yes, parking this entire list.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Can I call that question? All in favor of parking this? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And thanks for the work on that. We did, that satisfies my desire on the budget as well, so. Go ahead, Val.
So the other item that's in our, that's not in our budget, it's the proposed enhancements for the following staff. So a second customer service person, a museum and assistant enhancement, building project coordinator, facility seasonal summer camp. These will all be discussed throughout the presentation when those departments come up, and we'll be doing it as we go to that department so that we're working on a specific department at a time. So I'm just going to go to the next slide. So I'm going to hand it over to Sarah to discuss health and safety.
Thank you, Director Manning, through you, Mayor Kentner. So there has been a slight increase to the health and safety budget, and that is just to get us to a point where we are getting our program in a place where we are meeting the minimum standards, but also working a program to get us into an excellence, side. So to be able to do that and to move over some of the health and safety items that we're working within the program, there has been a slight increase of $12,000, as well as an increased chargeback, and I believe that is with Brittany, or excuse me, with the coordinator taking on more of the health and safety function under the fire umbrella, just as we were working through resourcing. So that's where we are with that. Any questions on the health and safety side?
Thank you, Sarah. Oh, sorry, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I understand your comment about, being compliant or hitting the standards. What would happen if even marginally, and I think that throughout this process, I think we're going to be doing some marginal amounts Like if we can pick off $2,000 or $3,000 here and there, and then we come back to something that we just talked about, maybe we've got $10,000 then that adds up as we go through this. So as the request there is for 12 grand, what would happen, Sarah, if we took off a couple and we went to 10 and not 12? You'd still be working on your project. You'd still be working towards satisfying the goal. I'm just asking, would we really handcuff the situation?
Thank you, Councillor Bell, through you, Mayor Kentner. No, we wouldn't, but I think the conversation we need to have at the table is, what is the cost of health and safety to an organization? When you look at multiple other organizations, even in a municipality, they have dedicated resources that are for health and safety, that are here to make sure that the municipality is a leader when it comes to health and safety. I think we all talk a very good talk that health and safety is the forefront of what we do when we come to work every day. And that's how it should be, but it's not where it needs to be. So we have been doing the minimums to meet our requirements. We have updated our program in the essence of forms, making them not just a paper form anymore, trying to make it so that it's electronic, so that it's easier for folks to fill out as they're moving along. So say an incident happens, somebody hurts themselves. We need to be able to track that information so that we can understand what a near miss is, so that we don't get to a catastrophic event. We have been doing that more or less off the sides of our desks, right? Because it's been just pile on the duties. And so we've been trying to make that meet the minimums. We're there, we are meeting the minimums, but our staff and the community deserve better from a health and safety program. We should be leaders being in a government institution in regards to health and safety. So this would just help us to do a little deeper identifying and getting us into more of an excellence position. When I first started back in 2023, one of the items that was a priority given to me when I started was health and safety and an excellence program. And when I did a fulsome review of that program, of the health and safety program, we were trying, I know where council wants to get with an excellence program, but we have to get our basic standards to a consistent level that we're all utilizing them better. And that comes with education and training and all of that. And that's where a few extra dollars comes into play on the health and safety side of things. So to your question, Councillor Bell, a couple $1,000s, yes. And I would really consider council to have a conversation around, what does health and safety mean to you? And what do you want it to mean for the organization?
Thank you, Sarah. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to that end, Sarah, I wonder if an education session would be appropriate for council to assist us in this regard, to really understand where you're headed with health and safety.
Thank you, Councillor Keaveney, through you, Mayor Kentner. Yes, absolutely. I think, as we're identifying, as we go through this budget process, we're also identifying items that should be, whether it be maybe, a biannual, but a report comes to council, let you know what our initiatives are, where we're at, what levels we're meeting, what are our near miss, what are our close, our medically treated injuries, long-term, short-term, all of that comes to you in a report on a biannually basis to be able to provide all of that to you. So then you know exactly where we're at. I agree.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two things. One, what book are we going to work? We had this fund first time around. So what pages are we going to work from? So let's health and safety. I presume we all probably looked at the original book that Val sent. So that's page 13 on that book you sent. If we were actually going to look in today's agenda, it's going to be some other page. but I'm gonna refer to the original book you gave me. So on page 13, that there to the point is, so to your point, last year budgeted only $2,500 for this. It was spent 8,700. Now you're asking for 12. But said a large part of that is education. Last year we budgeted 15, only spent $3,500, and it's budgeted for 14. Is education a large part of it? Because if it is, the education component, we didn't use a quarter of it last year. So could that come out of the education portion and not necessarily the program itself?
Thank you, Councillor Yurg, through you, Mayor Kettner. Sorry, can you just repeat the last part of that just one more time for me?
What are you paying for with the $12,000 of the program? You said that it was going to be education. If it is going to be predominantly education, then there's an education training in there that we only utilized a quarter of it last year. So could the monies come out of that, or is there something else you got in mind for training coming up in 25?
Well, and I think the education piece, I should expand on that, because I think that also encompasses the training side of things, and you know, training and education are going to be key. I think what we've done, from what I've seen, is we're very reactionary when we need a course put on, or something pops up. We need to get to a point where we build the program so that it's easily usable, so that it's second nature. It's consistent. Exactly. And that's where we want to get to that. And so that when you see there's a lack of using in some areas where there's and not being used in other areas, that's where a disconnect comes in. And that's a concern to me, because as the leader of that group, it's concerning, because health and safety should be at the forefront. We should be utilizing all the dollars that are sitting within that to be able to build that. But I think it's been a bit of a, oh, sorry, hang on one second here. I'll let you.
I think also, just to help Sarah out, last year we had some staff changes, and I think the problem was that the program that was supposed to take place didn't get done because of our staff changes.
And if I may just add to that, I thank very much the ones who are coming through behind us in this. So some of the money was to assist with purchasing for a notification program that allow for components, obviously for working alone, notification for staff for inclement weather, which we've implemented, used for also emergency management. And it was behind you taking over and getting a footing on what needed to be done, and also doing the full-time job. So I think, you know, I'm very thankful that this is coming from our coordinator, who is boots on the ground, who is the one who has their hands in this program. So I'm very thankful that they just came through to give me a little bit of a boost on being able to let you know what it's for.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you again. So one of the things that I'm seeing there is like what Councillor Urick said, 15,300 last year and 2,500 last year, about $18,000. This year it's like 15,000 and 12, up around 26. So my follow-up on this would be with the fire department, where it's talking about the fire administration, and it's at 28. So tell me and tell council, please, how in the fire department, working with health and safety and training and who does things, is there not an overlap of training, of having sessions? Is there not expenses that they're using when they do their work, along with the corporate work? Is there any correlation with that at all, or are they completely separate?
How about yes and no? So the fire department does have their own work that they do, but I also think going forward, we're trying to work together. So hopefully in the end, the fire department and having the health and safety move to the person that's working with the fire department will help us go forward, with hopefully cost savings.
Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Just to add on to that, I think, just to follow up on what Val is saying is there's going to be more focus given to be able to look at these programs and identify those duplicates if there are duplicates. It's what we're trying to do right now, and what had been trying to be done when the health and safety portfolio fell under human resources alone. And I think we need to give the health and safety piece a more fulsome review so that we can ensure that that departments aren't just picking up their own training, that we have a central location for all of the training so we understand what the costing is, let alone what better pricing we can get for costing if we are using a consistent model, being able to send out for from a purchasing perspective, sending out for tender for those folks, for those groups that want to be able to tender in. I think it just will give us a better overview of the whole program. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things that I fully expect to happen, because if I was on that side, I definitely would defend with what's being presented, and I expect you to do that. I expect that conversation to happen. That's why I asked the question, what would happen if I trim you slightly? I need you, and you have done that. And I expect that from every department that we talk about. You've got it on paper, you're asking for us to give it consideration, and this is why we need to have these talks. So, great. What I'd like to suggest at this point for my fellow councillors, if you've got appetite to do this, I would like us this year to use the numbers from last year and not increase, which would give you 15.3 and 2.5, which is what, 15, 16, 17, a little over 18,000 instead of what you're looking for, because I do believe there will be other places we need to put the other 10 grand. So I will move that, and we'll see if I can do that.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Bell's motion? Let's see. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, your worship. I do have a question for our human resources lady, Ms. Mahan. Okay, your human resources, your employees, your people, you represent, that's your end of the municipality. We have had, in my estimation, in the last couple of years, a number of our employees have gone on short-term disability, have gone on long-term disability. In your estimation, could better health and safety help to bring down those numbers, or are we talking more about you have to use a ball peen hammer and a chisel to break a rusted nut off a bolt, and you don't wear special eye protection? How deeply are we going here? And like when you get into short-term and long-term disability, quite often it's depression, it's mental health. So is that still separate from what you're asking for here, or is it more the don't like to use this term, but I think it covers it, the common sense workday practices?
Through you, Mayor Kettner. Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. Absolutely. Health and safety and employee leaves are definitely tied. There's no question. We have an obligation to our employees to make sure that they feel safe, they feel empowered, worthy, all of those things that come into play, and that helps to build the health and safety of an employee's mind. That is definitely tied together. There's no question. And when you look at research that has been done over the years, just one recently that I read not that long ago, that those with a fulsome health and safety program and dedicated resources to exercising the rights within the health and safety function and promoting the health and safety function, you do see a reduction in leaves of absence from the workforce. That is just basic HR and health and safety 101. When you combine those two and you really decide to take a fulsome approach to health and safety, it does help correct it. There's no question there.
Go ahead, to supplement.
Thank you. If that is the case, then I think this is money well invested. For the municipality, for our employee.
Could I ask, and I'll go right over to Councillor Bartley, what percentage of our staff had no training in the last year? What
No training on,
any kind of training?
I would have to get you those numbers, and I can definitely get you those numbers, but
I think it's kind of weighing on my mind that we failed to spend our budget last year. And I'm wondering, if we also are only serving, half or less of our employees with health and safety training, then how are we going to spend this additional money and get the benefit of it? Is the plan like to ensure that every staff member gets at least one course in something? Sort of the problem I'm having sorting this out. So go ahead, Sarah.
through you, Mayor Kettner, one of the things that we have been working on was around how Val was talking about putting things into a corporate function. Part of that training will also be in there so that every employee has a certain amount of training that will be tied to them. I think what we have done in past has been very reactionary, and that is what drives costs up. If we can get to a point where we are building the training a year out and understanding exactly what the employees are going to need, and senior leadership being able to plan out leadership training, further professional training, things like that. I think that will be beneficial. I think we can do that if we work
Councillor Bartley.
towards that model.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. On the revenue side of health and safety, the money's coming from the water system, the sewer system, water recovery. Why not transportation? Why is this revenue coming from just the water and sewer?
Because water and sewer are user pay. So if they were a standalone entity, they would have their own health and safety. So currently we charge back a portion of our health and safety costs towards the user pay because that's kind of outside of our tax dollars. I'm going to make a note though. Health and safety is important, but I also know we need to keep on both on time. I think we can park this conversation if we get back to it, like your park of the original side. If there's something that we need to remove at a later date for health and safety, I've made a note of it if we want to come back once we try and get that number to a more reasonable amount. Is that a fair compromise?
Yes.
Thank you. Going to the next slide. Corporate services. So last year in 2024, there were some role changes and that was identified. Like our positions somewhat modified. The other thing that's in there is we have, if you look at the page, we've used some reserves from HR to cover off some of the costs that we are associated with some of those changes from last year. I can't really get into any more than that, but I just want you to identify there's a reduction because of reserves to cover some of the wage pieces that are in that department. Any questions? Okay. Human resources. This is Sarah's as well.
So thank you, through Mayor Kettner. So we heard you loud and clear when council said they wanted to have a review of the wage grid to make sure that that we're able to, when we're recruiting, being able to get the top-notch candidates so that we're competitive with our municipalities, but also within our own municipality to make sure that we're being the best employer that we possibly can. So to get a neutral third party was approximately $30,000 to get a grid review. Again, as we've got in here, an option for funding the review could come from reserves. And then a change to wages. The previous manager position was put into a director role. And then the manager role eliminated from human resources.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Normally I'm against doing this sort of review. It pits one municipality against the other every year. And it's just, I'm against it. Having said that, council wants a review. I would like that 30,000 to either come out of reserves or money that we have in investment income and or a surplus if there is one. I know some of the surplus was used up in funding for other things already, but I would like it to come from somewhere else other than the levy.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, your worship. We have in the past, maybe not recent past, but in the past, done these grid reviews and hired a consulting company to do it, and they do the comparator group comparison with other municipalities as far as how much municipality A, B, and C are paying for position A, B, and C. And I don't know, to me, they've always ended up being at least questionably inconclusive. I think what gets lost in these grid reviews is how much the municipality of Meaford can really afford to pay their employees. So I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying that I hope this one really comes up with some solid points that gives us some very, very good indication of where our what salary level we should be using.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to start my comments by expressing appreciation to all of our staff. This has been the most challenging year I think that I've seen in the 10 years I've sat around this side of the horseshoe. And I just want to take a moment to really thank all of our staff for persevering and for being patient and for getting us through, in particular, these last few months that have been excessively tough. I think it's important that we do this review so that we can get back to a level playing field. I know that some things are out of whack, so to speak, right now. I do agree with Councillor Bartley that I'd like to see these funds come from the sources that you have mentioned. My question is, if we make the assumption, which I think is very likely the case, that there will be some additional wages required to meet the recommendations of the review, do we have a source of funding to do that, Val? Can that also come from reserves, or how do you see those wages being topped up, so to speak?
Through your Mayor Kentner, we could probably use reserves, but I'm not sure we would like to. I think until we find out what that possibly is, maybe it's maybe it's an overtime. We work to get up to the numbers that we need to get up to for particular staff members. I think we probably need a whole discussion once we find out where we're at, because currently I can't determine where we're at, and I'm not sure any of us could. I just think we need the grid. We need to do the whole grid, not just half of it. So it has to be all levels, not start at level grade 5. I think the lower grades need to be reviewed as well. I think it would just be the right thing to do.
Sarah, you had something to contribute?
Thank you, through Mayor Kettner. I just wanted to add some more rationale in regards to the grid. I just want to remind everyone that a grid review was done, but it was done in 2021. And that was right in the thick of all the pandemic. So that grid review, as good as it was at the time, doesn't accurately reflect where we sit right now. And that is why municipalities, why even, within the private sector, they're going out and doing these full grid reviews, is because of exactly moments like that where they did those comparisons, but it was in a tumultuous time frame. So you're not grabbing at the right information. You're not getting the right data. So now we need to do a fulsome comparison. Now that we've seen some shifts and we know things are a little, things will continue to shift, south of the border and things like that, that will also change the dynamics of what's going on. But we are fairly stable from that perspective. So to be able to grasp on to a solid review is possible now, because there's stability.
Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Grid conversation aside, I'm just gonna ask something that's adjacent. And this is because we're in the office of the CAO right now. My question is, because salaries are moving around in the budget, totally appreciate the intricacies you're dealing with, Val. My question is, right now, we have not had a CAO in place for January and February, probably won't till the end of March realistically. That's 3 months, that's approximately $40,000-$50,000. I'm just wondering, it's same thing with fire chief. I mean, we've elevated our deputy, but we don't have that in place. So how is that being accounted for in 2025 budget, that is not being taken? I guess it'll definitely for 2026, that will be part of the budget, but where is that kind of being removed? I see in salary wages, it goes from 158 to 76. But again, because there's so much movement on the chessboard, I'm not sure how that's being kind of adjusted.
There is a full slide on wages later on in the package, but how wages are being budgeted for currently is if it's a full-time position that was determined last year. So for example, the CAO's position, there were some other positions that were added last year. Currently in this year's budget, we have to budget them for a full year. So yes, the CAO's position is budgeted from January to December. And yes, probably there is, say, $50,000 possibly. I can't answer whether it should be that way or you think we should change and only budget for half of year. That is something that you guys may have to decide. And if that's what you decide, I know that was kind of what was happening before. But currently any budgeted full-time position, unless it's a position that's being suggested going forward, normally we budget and start a position as of May in the year we're asking for that new position. Anything that is already approved full-time and has a position is budgeted for the whole year. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. If it is going from May, then it's gonna be makes more sense because hopefully we'll kind of gotten a bit over this kerfuffle and there will be some consistency moving forward. I was just concerned about right now with $50,000 essentially being in the budget for the year and we're not spending it, that still impacts at the end of the day, the whole budget. And it just means a surplus we didn't use, but it's still something we didn't use during the year that we could have removed. But I totally, if it's gonna be from May on, then that changes the dynamic somewhat.
Okay, so for example, in this current budget, a CAO is budgeted for a full year because that was what was supposed to happen even from version 1. If that's a change that you're looking for, that's different. You can do it, or we could just say we're going to fund it from reserves and not take the money out of the reserves if that's what your thought process is. It's just a very that's a really hard one to determine.
I know it's haphazard. The only reason I'm bringing it up is because this year, with the high number we're clawing to get any numbers we can. And I wouldn't want to make this standard operating procedure, but we are right now trying to save every dime and nickel we can. And there's approximately $50,000 in 3 months that we're not spending that's budgeted for. That's my only comment.
I think there's a bigger discussion to be had about wages in general at a later time throughout the budget, if that makes sense.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. To Mr. Yurt, you have to put it in the budget. If you take it out till May, you have to put it in next year. It's gonna cost you the 50 grand next year. It comes under salary gapping, which I think last year's is probably gone. You have to have it, and it would show up in this year's surplus for next year's budget. If you take it out, you have to put it in. It's gonna cost you that 50 grand extra next January. Anyways, doing this thing we're talking about right now on having a third party 30 grand, it will cost us a ton of money. It is one-time funding. This is something that's one time. It's not every year, so you don't have to put that money in the budget. That's something I'd like to pay for out of something else. My question is, there's all kinds of other municipalities doing the exact same thing. Why can't we piggyback on them? Why are we going to pay a consultant? Probably the same consultant that somebody else is using. He's going to double dip it. Why can't we piggyback on their? I know Georgian Bluffs is in the middle of it right now. Why can't we piggyback on that and use theirs?
It's $230 per employee to do this exercise. If we have 130 employees and 30,000 is $230 per employee to do it. But which we need it. I understand that. I just wonder, hopefully we have a tender process that ensures that the lowest bidder, gets the job. But you can maybe comment on that, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you through you, Mayor Kettner, Councillor Bartley. To your question, what would be taken away if we piggybacked on to what other folks were doing? We'd be gathering their data, even though it could potentially be similar. But the bigger part to this is then we lose that whole third party side of things where there's no bias, it's hard to be able to push that out. are we capable to be able to do it? For sure. But it's that piece of no bias that we can't take out of there if we don't have a third party. Sorry, I see you looking at me.
I want to do a third party, but there's 30
Oh.
parties out there doing it for other municipalities. Why don't we join together and each pay $15,000 for the same report is where I'm going.
Thank you. Now I understand where you're going with that, Councillor Bartley. There would be a bit of a conflict of interest there, to be quite honest, because they'd be working for both at the same time. Can it be done? I'd be happy to look into that. I'm sure we wouldn't be the only municipality that has looked into that.
I would
So
hope the consultant would come up with factual information, not biased or for one municipality or the other. I would have to, and if they're not going to come up with factual information, why do it?
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm all for shared services, but I think in this case it doesn't work because it's not apples to apples. I mean, Georgian Bluffs, as your example, wouldn't have a manager of Meaford Hall. They wouldn't have a CEO of a library. There would be a lot of positions here that wouldn't be mirrored in those other municipalities. So we'd be left with some gaps in the structure of whatever the recommendations were. So I think this is something that we have to do ourselves.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've always been a proponent, and this is another example of we, the municipality of Meaford, make direction for the municipality of Meaford. With all due respect, other municipalities, they have to do their own thing. We need to do our own thing. What I would like to do is I would like to second the suggestion that my fellow councillor Bartley said about taking this 30,000 out of reserves. I'd like to, if he moved that, I would like to be the seconder of that.
So, yeah, so you're fine with making that motion, Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The actual motion wasn't specifically reserves. It was another funding source because we have 3 funding sources. We've got $1 million of extra income from investment that we can use. We have to change a few things on that. We can use that. And if, and only if there's a surplus, we could use that or we could use reserves. There's a different funding source is what my main motion was, not specifically reserves.
My suggestion would be that for the budget purposes, we'll take it from reserves. And if we have a surplus, during our surplus motion, we could have that allocated to funding this grid review.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to bring the 30,000 out of reserves.
And I believe there is a seconder. And is there any discussion? Or shall we just all vote right now? Thank you. Go ahead.
Going to the next slide. TransCanada Energy. In here, currently, there was an increase to legal fees and it looks like they've I'll be honest, this one, I haven't had a lot of information during the budget process with TC Energy. We are currently, due to the announcement and all the others, we're researching everything that has happened to date. But as of right now, this budget is to balance to zero. And I noticed in the book, it's like out $250 at the bottom. That will end up being adjusted to net a zero effect on our bottom line for taxes. If we don't spend the money, we don't bill TCE. That's how that works. it's a budget and that's where we're at. I think we need legal fees and I believe we need some other things, but currently, I can't answer that much more on this one at this time.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and sorry to put you on the spot, Val, but is there something I don't know? That we're going from 50,000 to 360,000 for legal fees? Is there something you could tell me why that might be possible? And or are we going back to consultants to do work for us to up that line by $1 million? Is there something I don't know?
I don't know. I understand that we had, and this is from a resolution way back when, that we hired Ainley and we hired Strategy Corp. And I believe we ceased using or didn't talk to them for a while. I think we will be going back to what we originally intended to do. I don't know enough about the intricates, and I know that I have meetings set up with the TCE coordinator. And we are working to get those kind of items figured out. As far as the budget pieces, it's supposed to be that TCE pays for the costs that we have. If we want to reduce the 300,000 to a lower amount, that's okay. I actually don't know what we were going to do, why we budgeted that way. I don't have that answer.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see this as kind of a placeholder. You've explained that twice now, Val. I mean, if we have invoices, we send them to TC and they reimburse us is how it works, and recognizing that we're heading into unknown territory really now with the go forward from the province to do the impact assessments and so on. And we will be working on a further agreement. We have a prior outline of an agreement in place, but we will need to expand upon that. So I think there's just a lot of unknowns in relation to where we're going to be headed financially with TC. But I think my comfort level is that we know we'll work with TC and we have that understanding in place that we get basically approval for our expenditures, and then our expenditures are reimbursed, and this will change throughout the year, I'm sure. So I think as long as we've got something here as a placeholder that we can keep an eye on this as we go forward, because as you say, we may need to now re-engage with Ainley or Strategy Corp or not. I mean, we've got a lot of work to do to figure out, just exactly what we need to be doing in 2025 to, coordinate with what TC is going to be up to. So I think I'm just comfortable just leaving this here, and we'll just see what happens as the year progresses.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just one final comment. I can leave it here. If we don't spend it, we don't bill it. Speaking of billing, the only document we have signed with TCE is we said that we would let TCE know what we're going to be billing them for so they could authorize us spending that money. And I hope that that part of the contract is fulfilled.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Valerie, the proposed additional contracts. You mentioned Ainley and Strategy Corps. The person who is looking after our meetings, our administrative person, is that part of one of these contracts, or is that work covered by other funds?
Currently built into the budget, I believe there is one employee that's actually allocated to TCE. But I will tell you that I have been trying to look into TCE a little further. I'm trying to make sure by the end of 2024, all of our expenses were recorded and we billed TCE what we should have. It's just, there's a lot of other things that I'm trying to do as well. And I'm trying very hard to get this one caught up too, but we will work with, I think we have to reach out to TCE as well to figure out what's what. It's a work in progress currently.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the things on just the proposal of putting in $310,000. Can someone just pick a number for a corporate lawyer of a fairly high status? $500 an hour, $1,000 an hour? Okay, $1,000 an hour. Going into 310,000, how many hours that their firm or their person is going to be occupied doing work to build back TC Energy? To me, I cannot see the balance on that. I can see an increase, but if this is what we're talking about our budget, and this is what we're going to send back to TC Energy, that is a heck of an increase. That's a lot of hours to work on this. And really, from the essence of the proposal for this the whole proposal, I must be so far out of the loop on what is truly going on behind the scenes to incur such heavy costs like this, when we know there's been an announcement from the province that they can, start to do some things and start doing some actual work. But a lawyer or a lawyer's firm, that we're going to put this in the budget and have that kind of money levied towards them, personally at this time, I don't see that. Now, that means that this whole subject matter of the billing towards TransCanada, there is a working group, right? There's a working group. And for us to look at this and have this put in a budget so that, I see the representative from TC Energy here taking these numbers back to their board of directors and saying that this is what the municipality of Meaford is thinking about doing to us. I think that this whole area, we need to have a report, even if it's a closed session. We need to know what that working group is encountering. We need to know from Ainley. We need to know from the corporate lawyer there. We need to know that. For us to put this in a budget and have these line items like this, I don't get it. I see it out of whack. I just don't see the numbers adding up in the thousands and thousands to do this at this point, because if I was on the board of directors having to pay a bill, and there's lots of business people around this horseshoe, you'd have to say, what am I getting for the money that I'm going to write you a check for? And that's a straight up question. What are we getting for money we're being asked to pay? Basically, justification. Now, if we need to go into a closed session on that, I'm happy to have that happen. But today, with this number here, if we raise our hands on this kind of thing, I'm uncomfortable doing that at this point. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would come back to this not having any impact on our budget. Whatever numbers are in here have no impact on our levy. And I don't know how we would put a number on legal fees, because this is the beginning of the year, and with what's about to happen, we just don't know at this point what's going to be required if we're looking at legal fees. We have had our lawyer here. We have had engagement with him in 2024. And I think we remember that there was a suggestion of further conversations happening should things get to the point that they have with TC moving forward. So I just think there's so much unknown at this point. And sure, TC can look at that number and say, how did Meaford come up with it? But I think the reality is TC only gets billed for any legal fees that we do encounter. So I think I'm not worried about it because if we only spend 60,000, for example, then that's what we bill TC and it's still, you know, a zero at the bottom line. So that number to me is just arbitrary and I would just leave it as it is.
Well, maybe just add that we are entering the phase where the federal impact assessment will take place. And that is where I imagine the bulk of our legal fees will come into play to represent Meaford going through that. So again, I would just echo the Deputy Mayor Keaveney's comment that it's an estimate and we need to provide that.
That's nice comments from both the mayor and the deputy mayor. So if it's an estimate, why don't we say 100,000 and double up from last year? Why don't we do 150,000? Because I have a feeling if you were a corporation that could put $1,000 an hour to do something, and there's been money that's saying, I think we can head that direction. I think that's where it's going to head. So if it's an estimate and it's some money that's put in a direction, why don't we say less? Why is it 310 and not 308? You see what I'm trying to express? Pardon? So it's 360. Like, to me, I just see that we're promoting doing this to them. And above all, we want to work with them, right? I do. And I just see these numbers as just being picked. Anyway, I don't.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with you, Tony. Can I maybe get some sort of direction? Will council make the decision to spend 360,000 on a lawyer, or will the working group, or will PSAC? Who gets to make that decision? Will it come back to council?
Deputy Mayor.
Absolutely, Councillor Bartley. PSAC has no budget, no real ability to spend money. They can make recommendations to council, but yeah, that absolutely will be, and staff will be involved in that too, because there may be aspects of this that staff will undertake and need legal advice on. So, but ultimately, yeah, it will be us making those decisions and staff.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, your worship. Yeah, I just wanted to add to what the deputy mayor has said. The pump storage advisory committee, I had a very minimal budget, if any, thus far, other than the administration work. And as far as voting for any legal advice or anything like that hasn't happened. We've been pretty frugal. We've had some good local presentations to the committee, and but the costs have been, if any, very negligible. We have not met now for what, 3 months, and with this announcement from the province, I'm hoping we can get back, and that's going to have an impact on the committee, I'm sure. But that's what we're there for, to discuss what's going on.
I'm just going to add, council has had closed sessions in the past to make sure that everybody on council is apprised of where things are. There's been a lengthy hiatus in what has been going on for the simple reason that the province, for whatever reason, waited until just recently to make a decision on how it will move forward on this. And it will still take some time to mobilize things, but I think we are headed towards that federal impact assessment. And I think it would be time for another closed session to bring all council fully up to speed on exactly how we are being represented in this. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good statement. So I agree, it doesn't affect the levy. I'll leave it in for now until we get a new CAO in place and they're brought up to speed on everything. And then I'd like to revisit it.
Sure.
At that time. Thank you.
Okay.
Going to the next slide. I wanted to provide to you a summary of, we've had discussions about the wage piece from last year. I wanted to provide you where the differences are per division. I guess if you'd like, we can have a discussion on each section. If there's specific conversation that you want to have about specific positions, then that's a discussion we'll have to take in camera, I believe. But I can kind of ballpark to you where some of the changes are. So either if you want me to go line by line, or if you'd like, we'll just see where we end up.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you wanted to go line for line and give us a ballpark on positions, what I would like is this is a kerfuffle. It's been $1.1 million more last year on wages than was actually authorized. It is wrong, it's probably damn near illegal. And in order to shuffle this out, I need more information. I would like a report, and it can be in closed session. I would like a report of all positions in the municipality as of December 31st, the position's hire date, and possibly their wage scale. I don't know how else I'll get through this. I need to cut some of that, and I'm sorry to be blunt, stepping on toes, but there's over $1 million added over and above the budget. It didn't hit last year's budget because of creative financing. So I am going to bring a motion forward that I request that information.
Deputy Mayor, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
No, you may wish to respond first, Val, because I was going to, well, you go ahead and then I'll come back.
Okay.
Okay, you're going to second it. Thank you.
We can do that. That's not a problem. I can tell you, built into these numbers, there are some position changes throughout the so some positions went from managers to directors, some positions went from new positions kind of were added. I can zero in on operations, for example. That one is a projected cost. That wasn't last year's, but it was built into November-ish where those things were decided and have been looked in. So I want to have those kind of discussions as well, because that is a different I think when I summarize it all, there's 7 new positions that are included in this number. So there's previous to last year in 2024, there was a director of operations, or not director of operations, director of community service clerk. That position was split in half in and around May, where it was moved to a director of HR and community services and an acting clerk. That happened. I'm not going to say numbers. In that bill, in this, these numbers, there's also under IT, there are 2 contracted service type people that are for 1 year. So there are 2 additional employees built into this year. And that was built in there for IT implementation, like of the financial software and just assistance in getting things done. The library, I think the summer student went up a little bit, and then at the library, there was an agreement for the CAO to that at that point. User pay was, it's just, I think, the normal 1% increase. Operations, there were 50-50 roles, and we've tried to, because they weren't working, they want to move the 50-50 roles from 50-50 roles to all under transportation, and parks have, and it is a safety issue, and they want 2 people, say at the arena, and the grass cutting in the summertime. I'm kind of randomly going by numbers. In the engineering services, in that department, there are a couple of vacant positions, but in part in there is the pre-approved senior PMO person. Last year in our budget, it was funded from development charges. This year, there's no allocation from development charges for that, because I believe in the user pay part, we've went a different route where we've got somebody that's solely interested in or has more knowledge on the wastewater piece, where it's a contracted service now. So there is some muddy stuff. I will really give you that. I'm not sure if I'm helping, but I can go further than that if you'd like.
It's muddy waters and I hate wading into it. I can't live with an extra $1 million. The contracted services, if they're for a year, it seems to happen that if you contract somebody after 2 years, they're full time. If they're for a year and it's one-time funding, it shouldn't go to the levy. It should be paid out of something else, reserves and or money we have. But I would still like to see what I've asked for, so I could muddle through it better, please.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I acknowledge this is difficult. We're talking about our people here, our good people. And I agree the $1 million is a bit shocking, so we would like a better understanding of that, Val. My question is, looking at this, so this is all positions currently established within the municipality. Do you know off the top of your head how many vacancies we have within this particular structure?
I don't know offhand. Sarah's going to look into that. I would say at least 10. And I think you have to determine whether those positions are still viable or not, and whether you need them, because that's the other piece to this. If you don't need a particular position or you don't think that's necessary, we can move that out. In this, we've built in all of the approved positions from last year, plus there will be a few from Parks and Rec to eliminate the 50-50 roles. And I think those are the main pieces. But I am more than willing to give you a further report. I just can't do it in open session.
And just if I may follow up, Mr. Mayor, that's exactly where I was going with that, Val, that if there are those 10 positions and perhaps there's an opportunity to not fill some of them, that can go against this request for this additional $1 million. So you're saying that can be part of what Councillor Bartley has requested in a report. Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So them 10 positions, the cost of them positions are in this figure. It's not another 10 positions over the, thank you.
And I believe too that all councillors have seen an in-camera report from staff on where a lot of this money went. On January 27th, I believe.
The report that was provided was a summary of what transpired, but I think what Counselor Bartley is looking for is a specific line by line, what happened each position, correct? Can do that.
Thank you.
That's not a problem.
And this report from the 27th, I know it was in closed session. I would like that also in closed session. We're not allowed to take that with us or anything like that, so I have to refresh myself. I was probably in shock and awe at the time.
So you're asking Alex for a motion to pass here on requesting this report? Okay, okay. Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, and just quickly then, so you're saying, Val, that when we receive this report, that will require a closed session for discussion?
If we're identifying positions and people, yes, it would have to be a closed session.
And when might we be able to schedule that?
Soon. I have most of the data now. I just have to get it in a readable document that you'd understand what I have, because you might not understand what I have.
Councillor Greenfield, you had your hand up. Okay,
Please note, I provided this so that you knew where we were at.
yes. And I believe, yeah, and I believe that we will need this closed session discussion of positions in order to really, we have to take that deep dive before we can really, I think, process a budget for 2025. Deputy Mayor?
And a final comment, and I think we all have to recognize as well, Mr. Mayor, that we will have a new CAO in the next few weeks, and he or she may want to do a reorg of some description with these particular positions, and that may have some impact as well. So I just want to make sure that we allow that individual to have the opportunity to do what they need to do.
Any further discussion before we move on? So we need a vote on this. It was moved by Councillor Bartley, seconded by Councillor Urick. And again, this is to bring forward a report to council in closed session. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Councillor Bartley, you have a question?
Oh, we approved that. Thank you. And I thank you for doing that. I want to come back to the two contracted positions for IT. I don't understand IT, and I don't,
It's more finance than IT.
it's $1 million to the municipality for IT. Even just, we'll get that in when we get into IT, but it would now be the time to bring up financing them to contract positions. That's for 1 year out of another resource other than levy. I would like to do that. You can't pay for something that's going to be an ongoing charge. This is what I'm being told is a 1 year charge. It's hitting our levy. I need to cut well over $1 million out of this budget, possibly 2 million. I think that might be a little harsh. Half it out of capital, half it out of operations. I don't want to pick on capital on it all. So we've got to find something. This report may help us. I know it will help us, but right off the bat, these two positions could affect our line today.
Deputy Mayor? Sorry.
Go ahead. I'm not sure what them there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think my question in relation to that, Councillor Bartley, is, and you've mentioned it, our investment income. So if we look at that as a one-time funding opportunity, Val, my question then to you is, how can that impact our budget? If it's, I wrote down $1,266,040. So is that, can we look at that as that kind of a fund that we can draw on for some of these expenses, or just how can we utilize that to offset our current budget increase?
I think our investment income has to be looked at separately. I think first of all, we have to figure out what the impact is on our reserves when we what we're gonna do. I think investment income is more of a capital funding source than it is a operating source. In the investment income, there's probably gonna be, by the time we allocate all of the investment income back, there still is gonna be about $300,000 possibly in the investment income account after allocation to reserves. And I will try really hard to get that number sooner than later. We can't do it until we do our capital funding for year end. So I know this, in all honesty, this is our version 2. I'm expecting a version 3 of some sort where we've come to another number. And if we have to go back and reduce it some more, I have no problems with coming back maybe another time. It's up to you, but that's my thought. Open to discussion.
Can't get more cooperation and collaboration than that. Thank you very much. So
Any other questions?
are we ready to vote on this motion? Which I believe is duly seconded, and I thought we did. Okay, so let's hear the motion again, and
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion be to fund these two contracted people, probably in finance for IT, out of another funding source. We don't have to label it now. I understand most of the investment income always drops back into the slot it come from, because there's 20 different slots. So yes, I'm hoping that I can get a surplus number before we finish budget, and that's the number I would pick on if there was one. So the motion would be to fund these two positions, 1-year contract positions, out of another funding source.
and it's seconded by Councillor Forder. And you're going to speak to it, Deputy Mayor?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, in my mind, I'd like to see this report from Val and understand with those 10 vacant positions, what juggling we can do there, and then be in a better position to understand our full salary expense, and then perhaps come back and consider a funding source for those two individuals. I need to see the report first.
And I can agree with that. As long as it's parked and it's brought back, I have no issue with that. Thank you.
So are we changing the motion with the permission?
I
of the
will
seconder?
pull a motion as long as it's parked and does come back without me having to bring it up that it is on, and I know our people at the back are parking it and bringing it back near the end of the budget.
Does that suit you, Councillor Porter? Okay. Then it's back over to you, Val.
Okay.
I think he's withdrawn his motion altogether.
Okay, so currently, then on that same docket is the, we kind of reviewed the cost of living, and I'm just giving you numbers on potential increases based on the 2%, 2.5% and 3% cost of living. Now, if you would like, until we have that other discussion, it would be fine to park this as well. Or you can tell me that you want to increase it so that I can build that into the numbers that I'm going to provide you.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sorry for hogging the mic. Where it should be is 2%. And the reason being the rest of the municipalities in the county range from 1.8 to 1.9 to 2 to 2 to 2 to 3. 2 is a very good number according to what figures I have that has been settled, but I want to park this until we come up with the money to pay for that. We've always been fair every year, giving the average in the county to our staff. They're not undercut on the low side of the raises given in the municipality. They come in the middle. So that's the way I've been doing it, because we're at a 50th percentile.
Sorry, Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Steve, thank you very much for providing those numbers. I'm just curious from staff, if Steve's providing those numbers with regards to the COLA, how does the average COLA for comparative organizations range between 2.5 and 3.5? What comparative organizations are we using to get those figures?
We just did a random check on various municipalities around that. That was just a ballpark number. The 2% is fine. I might have even typed the wrong number there. I can't answer that question. I apologize. It was an internet check.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Val. And I wasn't trying to say anything negative. I was just curious because the numbers that we're getting were a little bit different, but I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Typically, don't we look at everything from Wasaga Beach to, South Bruce Peninsula sort of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We'll move to the next slide. Financial services. The education rate is remaining the same. It includes the federal education PILT. Now you will know from past, we still have a problem with our education rate, and currently it's still budgeted as if they're going to pay us the proper amount. I think last year, was the first year we didn't put the money against the reserve to offset that. At the time when we do the year end, I'll see where we're at, and hopefully either we don't have to do that, or we may at that time have a further discussion. Our supplementary tax, I noted that earlier, it's about 310 that we've built in to come in with a supplementary taxes for 2025 of 310,000. Our actual investment income is about 1.2 currently, and yes, that does get allocated to the various reserves. 132, I think actually, when I reviewed this one, and I haven't got it picked up, but there is a year-end adjustment that needs to move some of that income to another spot, because it was like an accrual from the year before, and it's being put in the wrong spot in 2024. The other items are in consistence with trying to make everything more streamlined and find out where costs are. We've allocated some of the office supplies and other thing and consolidated it to a new to one department. Our county and education tax, our tax levy is made up of 3 components. That's all we're telling you, and that's where we get the blended rate. Information technology, our financial software, currently it's built into the budget for 425. We have not got very far on that. We've had the RFP, we've got submissions, we've had some demos, but with all of the other things that's going on right now, it's kind of been put on, I'm not going to say on hold, but it's been delayed somewhat. Our corporate website upgrade is 25,000. Now since this, we've been told that the end of life is going to be June 2026, so that number may be low, or we may have to look at budgeting more next year. I'm not sure if Mark is here.
Yeah.
If he has anything else to say.
Not unless there's any questions, no.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Val, can I ask Mark to dive a little deeper then into kind of what we get for the 25,000? Because I think a lot of us are kind of frustrated with the website. It's really difficult to find
Absolutely.
reports and the different things that we're looking for and to navigate it. And there's a lot of outdated material on the website. Will that 25 help with either of those aspects?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to the deputy. The website has been a point of contention since I started. That's been one of the biggest sort of itches with a lot of internal and external feedback has been a point of contention. So it's my understanding it was built about 7 years ago and has organically just spread over that time without a lot of, what would you say, consistent oversight. So the 25,000 right now That was a number we had put in because we understood that the current platform on which it's hosted is coming to end of life. And at the time where we put the 25,000 in, we weren't really sure what the upgrade was going to cost because our current provider was suggesting that we not do essentially what they call a forklift, just a complete lift and shift onto a new platform with the existing material, but rather we rework it. So as these discussions were ongoing, we ballparked 25 as a reasonable cost of what that upgrade might be once we got a final quote. Since we've put that 25 in there, the final quote has come back for just the upgrade to the new platform of 83,000, which was upon discovery, we had 5 microsites and we had 500 and some odd pages in our main site, and their quote is only for 200 pages. So yeah, there's considerable amount of cleanup internally that needs to be done, and that's not going to incur any additional cost. I don't think honestly that we'll end up spending much of this 25. I think that is just going to be a carryover into next year when we are actually forced to make a decision, at which point the likely course of action is going to be an RFP, and then we'll get different bids from different hosting providers and different solutions, to make it more effective, clean up the searching and all of the kind of malfunctions and things that are currently inherent in the website. So, I mean, to answer the question, yeah, I don't anticipate spending a lot of that 25. We may reach out to some external consultants just to get some third-party opinions on the direction in which we should go. But I don't see us incurring a lot of that 25 this year, to be honest.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Less to do with the website, more to do with IT as a whole. We said at the start of the meeting that we might get a little deeper into IT. And Councillor Bartley's point, the payback, I understand the logic of paying back different departments. So in IT, you've got 425,000, which is non-tangible, which is a new software, which is fully understandable. The annual software maintenance, we had budgeted 266, it was 313, came in actual, up to date. I realize that's not final, but we're looking at 491. I'm just wondering, is that related to the new software? Why is it that much of a significant increase? But my other question is a couple of things. When I looked at each department and the IT allocation, cost allocation to IT, some of those went up very significantly. Is this just kind of moving numbers around? Because literally, when you looked at fire admin, it more than doubled. When you looked at Meaford Hall, it was 50%. When you looked at planning development, it tripled. All these cost allocations went up significantly. And I'm just wondering how that worked, because there didn't seem to be anything on the overall, when I looked at them all, something that we're increasing these here. So these are going to be much less. It wasn't that. They just seem to be some drastic increases. And I'm just wondering why.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, through you to the council. Yeah, to answer the first part, that doesn't have anything to do with the additional 425 of the new finance software. The increase came from, as Val had mentioned earlier, the sort of centralization of all of the IT expenses, with the factor of trying to understand what our total IT spend is, because we have this, for lack of a better term, shadow IT that exists within departments that's not completely visible to everyone because it's very specific to every department. So what we tried to do was shine a light on those, bring those expenses all out into the fold and put them into the IT budget, with the understanding that there's certain things like our Microsoft licensing and, different softwares and things that we use that are reallocated back to each department just based on headcount. And then there's other ones that are specifically only used by that department, and Cloud Permit would be the prime example of that. There's very specific utilities and things that are used within fire as well. So by bringing all of those expenses out, putting them into the one column that we can look at them, it helps us, first of all, it helps us understand the expense, but then it also allows us to see if there's overlap, if there's different tools that are being used that we could consolidate, that we could save some expenses. And that's essentially the increase in that number has been from the consolidation of all of the IT that heretofore had been just buried in an operations budget, a roads budget, a fire budget.
so that the sum was greater than the parts.
In some instances, but then there's been additional line items added to those particular departments where you see some increases. There's new training technology, there's drone technology, there's different things that are happening with fire. So those have increased that just organically by adding different tools that rely on technology. It's been lumped into that budget and it's been allocated as such.
Can I ask a second question, Mr. Mayor? Then let me ask one other question that's also adjacent. In fleet management, there was a contribution to reserve. This is page 125, that's line 6335. Last year was a previous year budget of 50,000, previous year actual was a 50,000 contribution to reserve. This year, we've got a contribution to reserve going in at $320,000. And I'm just wondering why that's such a big bite this year. Why not spreading that over 2-3 years to kind of.
Can you, I'm not current on that particular line item. Can you read what that expense is?
Contribution reserve fund for fleet management expenses. So it's 300, like I said, previous year budget was 50,000, actual was 50,000, and this year's we're putting 320,000 into reserve. I'm just curious.
Right.
Yeah. Page
Jeff?
125.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry through your mayor, I can just answer that. Those
Oh,
are
sorry,
fleet-
you're right. I went left
Yeah.
there. We'll get to you.
That was a hard left.
Yeah, just.
That was a hairpin.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah. I'm just seeing how much departments know about each other.
Okay, well, thank you, Mark. Is there anything? Oh, sorry. Councillor
Thank you,
Bartley.
Mr. Mayor and Mark. I need an education. 491,000 for software maintenance. Who do we pay that to? Microsoft? Who works on our system for $500,000?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor, no one actually works on it. Maintenance is sort of a ubiquitous term. It's licensing costs essentially. There are support agreements that are built into that come along with those licenses, but essentially it's not a maintenance cost per se. It's the actual purchase cost of the license of all of the individual softwares and programs that we use. Whether that's the Windows that's on your laptop, Microsoft Office, the servers, the cloud permit, all of those kinds of things.
More licensing fees, okay.
Of everything, yeah. So if
Most-
you can imagine, in our rec programs, in the hall, in the library, everything is digitized essentially, and all of the allocated and accompanying costs that come with those are grouped under the annual software and maintenance. It was a software and maintenance, I believe, originally.
Yeah.
And it may have been just shortened into that.
So
software
this
maintenance.
new software we're getting will not eliminate some of the other.
Depending on the solution that we end up with, and we're down to 5 that we had done the initial assessment. Then we've gotten demos and now we're into our scoring section of that. So when we come back with the scoring and then we select the other or the final 2 or 3, I'm not exactly sure what the criteria holds. Then we'll get into some costing and then the decisions will be made. So some of those solutions that we've looked at have some overlapping features, definitely. And there are a lot of potentials for eliminating other pieces of software. Some of the software that we have, is not functioning as well as it should, and that's why we're looking to replace it. Other things we think we can do as well, if not better, with the new finance solution, but it will all be determined when the final solution has been selected.
And if I may, so we're going to hire contractors to implement this. That's something you can't do?
Typically, when you implement a finance software, first of all, it's a very specialized skill set. So it's not about installing software. It's about migrating our finance system. So that's a very specialized skill set. So that's not basically an IT function. So when you look at this, I've been involved in some SAP conversions and different things. And typically what happens within a company is you take a senior person, not necessarily the manager, but you take a senior person from every department in the organization and you sequester them for a year to 18 months doing nothing but converting the finance system. Because, the ones I was involved with, it was manufacturing. There was bills of material and parts and things, SKUs and different things like that, much as we have with our asset management system. So essentially, you take away that labor from doing their job and you put them only on the migration of the finance software, which is a very laborious, tedious and specifically skilled job ask. So it's not, to answer it bluntly, no, it's not something that IT could manage just on their own, because it's not about software, it's about finance.
Okay, thank you. And one more question, if I may, and it'd probably be to Val. A year ago, you asked me to leave the surplus alone so you could have your software, and I agreed. So we're only transferring 305,000 from reserve when it's gonna cost us 4.25.
We can increase it from reserves more if that is something you'd like to see.
Well, I set that money aside for you and I thought it would all go towards this. So if there's money there,
I think that we only use what we set aside. If we need to transfer more from reserves, we can do that.
would there be any more left in last year's surplus that you made me leave alone?
Last year's surplus was already allocated out, but there could be some, and like I said, I don't know what this year's surplus is. There could be, and possibly some in IT, and there could be another reserve we could use. I'm not sure what it is. And honestly, we're not sure that 425 is even gonna cover that.
Oh, stop it.
I apologize, but right, Mark?
Yeah, that's correct. And we're not exactly, I would be very hesitant to even expect that all of that cost would be incurred within one calendar year. It would likely have a knock-on effect into the following year's budget, because we are anticipating, optimistically, we're anticipating 12-month conversion process, but realistically, it's probably closer to 14.
So if it's a one-time thing, could take 2 years. Again, I would like to use other funding other than levy.
We'll see where we can find other funding for that.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation today too, and for being here with us. On some of your early comments about the corporate website upgrades for 25 grand, basically said you probably will not be using it. So this council is looking at trying to save some money. How would that affect you if a councillor was to say not do that 25,000 in the 2025 budget?
Well, a budget isn't a mandate to spend, right? A budget is just an ideal. So removing it, not spending it, net same. If it makes everybody feel better to take it out and to not have it show up, honestly, I don't think it will really have a lasting impact. But where we would look to have it, if we don't take that 25 this year and then move it into, a reserve or knock it on till next year, then next year we're going to be looking at a probably $75,000 to $100,000 on its own. If next year, if we carry this 25 forward, then next year the impact will probably be 50. So it's now or later. It's not really relevant to me. If we don't spend it, we're not anticipating spending it. If it doesn't show up, no big deal. But understand the cost will be there. It'll just be deferred.
Mr. Mayor, I'd try another option for my fellow councillors. I move that we do not include that $25,000 in 2025 budget.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Bartley, discussion, questions? My question would be, does that mean you would forget about upgrading the website entirely until next year?
There will be some things that need to be done internally. That has to happen. But that won't be an external cost. But we will be working towards the eventual upgrade, because that's a hard stop next year. So the site will be retired if we don't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's a disaster. People need something better yesterday.
Yeah.
Or 2 years ago. Yeah. Sorry, you had something.
I'm just gonna say, and Mark might correct me, but in order to meet the end of life, we'd probably have to do the RFP sometime this year in order to work to next year.
Definitely. Because the window of the site being offline is the middle of next year. So there will be, whether we start it this year or whether we just get the RFP done and have it stationed, this budget window between January and March, or however that may go, might not be sufficient timing to drop an RFP, get a bid, get a conversion, and get everything done, you know, between, if we targeted, say, like mid-March, you know, as an approval date, between mid-March and the beginning of June. It might be a very tight time window. So we may want to then, and I wasn't even thinking about that, Val, thank you for bringing that up. We may want to then engage, and at which point, if we engage with a new provider to put a solution together in the early months of next year, there would probably be some kind of a deposit or something that, you know, would be required.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you're saying that money may be needed in 2025 to put a RFP forward?
The timing, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor, the timing's a little bit cloudy. It may not actually hit the books till 2026. That's why I say that line item may show up next year as actual of zero. But we will have been well into the weeds of incurring that cost just prior to, you know, our first spend.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So listening to Mark and to Val, I think it would be appropriate to leave this 25 in place. We don't want to have any situations where moving forward with a new website is delayed. So if this just has to sit in reserves and then it's there if you need it, I would recommend that we just leave it as is.
Any other comments before I call a vote? Councillor Urick? No. Okay. So this is moved by Councillor Bell and seconded by Councillor Bartley to strike the 25,000 from this budget. All in favor? And that doesn't look as if it carried. So thank you for all your efforts anyway, and thank you, Mark. Councillor Urick got the point.
Yeah, just before we, thank you, Mr. Mayor, just before we get off the IT, so I'm gonna go back to it once again, the annual software maintenance piece that we talked about. So 491 this year, but then the following year is 447, 439. So again, unless I missed it in the earlier explanation, if it's literally an annual, why is that decreasing? Software companies aren't famous for saying we're going to charge you less next year. Why is it a bigger hit this year and then decreasing the following two? Is this something we should be looking at those following two figures just by being the consistent?
I'm gonna say we could have missed it. We focus a lot on our current year and we're trying to build out our budget, but those changes that were made to bring everything into the 1 year might have been missed for the following 2 years.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, there may also be the expectation of expiring contracts. And so if something's been purchased on a 3 to 5 year term without any commitment to renew it, it might not have been something that has come to the surface. If our commit ends at a certain point in time and we haven't made a clear decision on whether we're going forward with renewing or a different option, it may not have hit specific departmental budgets.
Any other questions?
I don't see any. Okay, thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. Our next division is community services. I'm going to turn that back over to Sarah. I can. The OPP cost, so based on our so before we had identified that the OPP costs were going up 26%, but then the province had decided that they were going to reduce it. So our new number in there includes just the amount that they're going to fund now. And I think it went down, I think it's around $104,000 increase OPP cost wise. So actual number does not show all of the costs for last year. There are some invoices that we hadn't received. And that number also includes, I believe, the lease at 390. Any questions? Then our next one is legislative services. And I'll let Sarah speak to that.
Thank you, through the mayor. So as we move through legislative services, you're going to see that there is an increase in the legal budget. As we've gone through and started to really look at some of the legal files, it has opened up a bigger can of worms that we've had to dig into a little bit more than we did before. So trying to clean a lot of that up, which has increased the budget significantly on that. Ongoing claims and resolution of property issues and increased use of legal opinions in 2024 on some of our staff files. And a lot of that was a move with the last CAO and their position on how we would tackle some of these things. So that's kind of where the increase in the legal side comes from. Is there anything that you, Alex, or Val want to add to that piece?
We just have to realize that legal is going to be, because we do have some ongoing cases currently that would be, for the 2024 number, would be increasing our legal fees.
So for elections reserve, in 2024, there was a balance of just over 72,000. And we are setting aside an additional 10 for 2025 to prepare for the election. As Val mentioned earlier, the Director of Community Services position was a community services / clerk position. When the old CAO came into the position, they changed it and cut it into a separate clerk position, as well as a director of HR and community services. And just again, as we have it on the slide, to note that the manager of HR was removed and I was put into that position. Under that piece too, I will add the municipal well-being program, because I think we need to have some more conversation around that. And I'm very glad that we do have an expert in the back of the room that has worked a lot on this program. So if we have any more, if we want to talk a little bit more into that, we can talk a little bit more into the well-being program and what council may want that to be and may want it to look like going forward. So I will leave it there and open it up to questions.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for bringing that forward, Sarah. So I wonder if you could share with council a little bit about what some of the initiatives have been in 2024 or are forecasted for 2025 in well-being. As there wasn't a lot of money spent last year in 24, so I'm just curious to know, where we intend to move with that in 25.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through the mayor. That's a very good point. I think this is a very well put together program that has been very underserviced in keeping it afloat. Given the staff changes that we had in 2024, I think it really got shelved. And although we said it was going to be brought off that shelf to be looked at, we continued to have some resourcing challenges within that year. And so we looked at bringing it forward to 2025. Has there been a huge conversation around this piece? No. And that's why we wanted to have it here to understand what does council want from a well-being program and how do you see it benefiting the community in 2025? Am I answering your question? My apologies.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, and thank you for that, Sarah. And yes, although I think what I'm looking for is sort of some specific initiatives, because I'm not clear or not remembering in my own mind exactly what was included in well-being.
I will have to just take a better look at that and come back to you with a little bit more detail. I don't want to give you any false information and not have the whole gamut in front of me to give to you, if that's okay.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our legal expenses, you said, have gone up. They tripled. Is there a chance we could get a printout on our billing statement on all of them? I just, $317,000 for legal fees. I have a hard time swallowing that.
I can do a review of that particular account and see what's in there and see if I can identify specific projects that we're spending money on. I do know we do have one that probably costs us a lot of money currently. But let me look thoroughly through it because I'll have to have it for the year end anyway.
And that may have to be a closed session thing, but I just, that tripled over any other year. And what did we spend that money on?
Sure. So we're going to park municipal well-being for a minute and come back to it. Okay. Enhancements. So in your package, there were 2 enhancements for community services. We're going to discuss those as we go through. So currently, the 2 enhancements that were identified at the beginning of the slides, the one is the second customer service clerk. I'll let Sarah speak to that as well as the museum assistant.
Thank you. And through the mayor, it was identified some time ago, and since I started in the customer service side of things, you know, that council saw the need for a strong excellence program. And so staff that were here previously had put together a very thorough, well put together document around the customer service excellence piece. And it's great to have those policies that we put in place and that we want to work to. But when we don't have the resources to be able to work to that model, it makes it very difficult. So right now we're working on almost a 1.5 type situation within customer service. So we have 1 full-time customer service and 1 half-time customer service that is a shared role, and they duly have other positions that they support on the side. So as I say that out loud, I think it can become very clear that you can see where conflict of interest could come into play on when they're being thrust in 2 different ways of, hey, we need you over here, and hey, we need you over here. Here, this is a priority. Here, this isn't a priority. This is going to bring customer service in-house so we can focus on that excellence program so that we can start putting in place processes that alleviate some of the frustration within the community. And that being, you know, for example, dog tags, marriage licenses, all of that, having 1 central place for the community to come through, our customer service to be trained fully and be able to help our community with the answers. The other piece to this too is the health and safety side of it. Is in a lot of our facilities, at times, we only have 1 person. From a health and safety side, you know, I have to be an advocate on the side of the safety of our employees. And at all times, there should be 2 employees at every facility. And we currently don't have that right now. We're very lucky on the customer service side because the office occupies some other roles. And so, you know, we try and fill in where we can, but that's not always the case. The same with the museum. Right now, they rely very heavily on volunteer participation. And again, that's great, but you can't always rely on volunteers because things come up, life comes up. That's just the nature of it. But we can't just have 1 employee working in the museum by themselves without anybody there. What if something were to happen, not just from a member of the community, but I mean, say the person has a medical concern, and there's nobody there at the time to be able to offset that. Even something as simple as going to the washroom, as simple as running out to your car to pick something up, that leaves the museum completely unstaffed, even if it is for that 5 minutes of time. It is something that we need to address because it has been something that I have noted that has been very fluent within the municipality is the 50-50 roles and the one-ofs here and there. And we have to get to a better place that we are supporting our staff to make sure that we meet health and safety and that we're also meeting the programs and policies that we put in place for service delivery. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. I don't hear any questions on that. I would just like to quickly say that the museum just filled in a great gap during our sesquicentennial year and provided a lot of needed support for that celebration. It was really excellent. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to add one more piece to that too. And so when you are having your discussion, the other piece that justifies with the museum side of it, just when you talk about that, is with the Meaford's 150th, we saw a lot more foot traffic coming through the museum. And we have measurable data that says to us, there is more foot traffic. It does warrant another person. And we can provide a further report to council on that piece of it because our coordinator at the museum takes very dedicated tallies of the folks that are coming through the doors. Thank you.
I think Councillor Urick had his hand up, and I'll come to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And here we are trying to cut. And I'm gonna bring up something that came up with the Growing Our Economy Committee this week, or last week, sorry. The Community Engagement Coordinator position is currently a contract position. You've just outlined kind of the advantages of customer service, about community engagement. And again, I'm gonna come through this from the ECDEV lens, as I often do. And just when you're looking at the reorg and how that's going to work, the committee felt that that was a position that had great enhancement to the community as a whole. And you're going to see come Monday's meeting, there is a recommendation from that group for council to reconsider moving or continuing that position. To the point we just said about the 150th. And Mr. Bell had said once upon a time in a meeting, we talked about how there were like 75 events last year, 75, 76. At the meeting last week, community engagement advisor or coordinator was there and talked about how at least in around 30 of those events that they were quite involved with. And what they do is they work interdepartmentally within. And I can say from prior to being on council, when that person wasn't around, most of those groups engaged with either the clerk or the CAO, which seemed to be a rather extra burden on those positions, which seemed to lend credence to the value of that particular position. So from an ECDEV position, the Growing Our Economy Committee felt that that was worth considering continuing that. And I realize this is all very difficult until we get a CAO in place. That's going to define what ECDEV looks like and where that's going to fall into place. But I just want to plant that seed that that's going to be coming. Because, and again, when we talked about earlier, where funding sources can come from for that, because if it is an actual cultural or well-being kind of almost piece for the community, can we find a way to kind of fund that position without being onerous as a burden kind of scenario? So you will see that coming forth. I just want to plant it, but I know, again, I'll just reiterate that without a CAO, I totally appreciate how difficult this is because their vision, what the org is going to look like, is going to have an impact on this as well. But my personal take is they were very valuable, and they had we've had a lot of very, very positive feedback come back from the community about the value of that position.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to come back to this second customer service clerk for a moment. I'm curious to know two things. First of all, this person will be involved in communication. So how many people does that give us on staff now doing communications? And secondly, are they just dealing with people that come in the door, or if there are any concerns that come through our website, would this person help direct those to the appropriate person, or are they just dealing with people at the counter?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through the mayor. No, this position will be exactly what you're saying for email, for concerns, really being a single point of contact to be the gatherer of the data that comes through, having the ability to look at what's come through and assign it accordingly. So it's not just your basic, they're coming through the door, they're also looking at process improvement. And that's what I think we really need to focus on is, you know, with one person, 1.5 people, that the other half on the customer service side are merely the stopgap for when that one FTE is not there or busy doing something else. This will free up that time to actually, again, as I said, go digging into the customer service excellence policy that was put in place and making sure that it makes sense and holding our organization accountable to that policy. So it's a much bigger position than just greeting someone coming through the door. It's going to be a strategic position as well as we move the organization into a more strategic organization.
Councillor Bell?
Mr. Mayor. So currently, with the comment that the deputy mayor said about how many people, and we on council probably get contacted by at least 5 individuals. You know, clerk, CAO, treasurer, you know, we're always contacted. The big thing that I hear, and I know that my fellow councillors have heard this also, is that no one gets back to them. My questions, a lot of those questions come from the building department, planning department, and these are some big ticket items. Are you saying that this person is going to make contact and have knowledge of something where someone says, I sent something in, I'm not hearing anything, and this person is going to be the knowledgeable contact above and beyond those directors in those departments who should have a policy in place about how to get back to folks? Because I don't see that. I see this as another person that gets this communications label on them. And to be honest, I don't see this making the change that the people want. And the change that some of the folks would want when they say no one gets back to us. Many times at council, we have folks who spend the time to come to council, ask us questions, and then there is no response back. There's nothing corporately that engages the ratepayer back. And they have a myriad of subject matter, but no one is corporately getting back to them. Because in order to make that statement, they're going to have their ducks in order, because if they say something, the ratepayer will hold them and hold the municipality responsible for statements which are rendered. And what I'm finding, more and more silence is required because more and more people do not want to make the statement. So when I see this adding for another communications element, I don't see how that's going to improve. We've had a big improvement at 15 Tollbridge Street. People come in and folks get tended to right away. I've seen that. And that's terrific. But this one, on using this word about communicating, when we have at least 5 that are communicating with us, which is great. We do not want to see a siloing of senior management not getting back to us or not communicating with us. But this one here is designed for the ratepayer and for those that visit this municipality. So I don't know how you all feel about what I just said, but I can't see this doing the things that we want when right now we really don't have a policy on what should transpire when somebody contacts us. We have something about so many days, business days or time that folks will get back. And I still hear that folks are not getting back because people are busy. So is my take on this, fellow councilors, so different than what you are all experiencing? Or I'm done talking. I need to hear, am I kind of out of it in a sense, or have I touched on something?
Councillor Yuri and then Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask before you answer that, and it's all good, Tony, I agree. Can you define again for me corporate communications coordinator? More of a definition of that actual role?
So I think maybe I didn't do a good job at explaining that piece very well. So right now, as it sits, we have one FTE who performs the function of customer service, and then a second person who does half customer service, half communications, and then another person who's half half customer service and half museum. It's those halves in there that are causing the grief and not being able to get to review what we already have in place. A very solid program was put in place in regards to communications, communications and customer service. The issue is that we only have one person in customer service who can try and allot time to being able to adhere and put things in place to be able to adhere to the customer service excellence program. The corporate communications piece would move. There was a full-time position that sat there at one point in time. And so this person was doing half communications and half customer service. But what happens when you're asking that, you've got conflicting priorities yet again, because you're being taken away from doing the work. So as I was saying, the customer service excellence program, you can't get any further ahead in that, because as soon as you're starting to work into that, you're being taken into something else, being on the communication side, or you're going to have to staff and resource at the museum, or however that all plays out. Things have been going very good at 15 Trowbridge because we have an excellent staff complement who truly support each other and will stand up. So other departments are coming in and assisting our customer service. And that's not fair to ask of them either, because then they in turn start working off the side of their desks as well. And then nothing gets completed. So back to what Tony was asking as well. Around the end of the this one role being tied to being a godsend to the whole customer service group, that's not the case. It would be a collaborative approach. So they're going to come in at the same level as the current FTE, and they're going to work collaboratively on process improvement, taking a look at the excellent program that was already put in place and that we were working to. It's just going back and making sure that that makes sense and that we're working towards that, putting in place programs that, again, single point of contact. So when council has a concern, when the ratepayers come to you and said, there's an issue on Sykes Street, it wasn't plowed properly, blah, blah, blah. how it goes right now is it's coming and funneling in through the managers and it's funneling in through the directors. And I can tell you that with all of us, there is upwards from 100 to 200 to 300 emails a day, which then in turn makes it that people aren't able to get back. If we can put a single point of contact, being customer service, to come up with an idea in collaboration with all key stakeholders, to come up with an idea as to how we get that information, it gets funneled in. So it's, you know, a ratepayer comes in and has a concern, or you guys come in with a concern. It comes in through that main point of contact, whether email or phone. They're provided with a customer or a case number, an owner, and a timeline. And we start actually gathering that data and being able to report back. That's measurable information that we can give to you. That's tangible, that we can say, we can work with this and this is where we're at. You know, we can give you percentages as to how many calls we get and how many weren't answered and how many were for bridge 21 and 22. We'll be able to get to that kind of data. But when you're only working essentially with 1.5 people and that half a person is being torn in different directions based on the short period of time that they're there to support, you can't get much done. So, thank you.
I think Councillor Uri goes first. And
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to follow up on that. And thank you for that, Sarah. That helps a lot. Because I can say that I can actually, to your point, Tony, I can say that good offense is the best defense. So basically, if you have a good communicator, and I think we've actually gotten better at communications in the last few months. And I think that's very important. So to your point, Tony, I think if you have better communications, that eliminates some of the customer service calls because people are asking questions that they don't know because we're not putting it out there what's happening. So that's part of the battle is you try and eliminate that off the hop. What I said earlier about, for example, that community engagement coordinator position, I can tell you that interdepartmentally, they did go to the planning department and various things because the people that were asking them questions needed permits. So rather than them going to the planning department, it was one point of contact. They went to the various departments, got the information, and then went back. So that's what you kind of need is that those are very important roles because it does stop all this public going to A, B, and C, or having to go up the ladder where these people are already very busy. If you can get them working departmentally to help you, then that's a value add. So I can see that this done properly would be very valuable for a customer service capacity, and that's what we've always been lacking. So I'm a bit on the fence. I take your point, but I think these will actually help our customer service capacity.
Councillor Greenfield, you're next, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, thanks, Your Worship. If council was looking at a budget that was proposing 5% increase, I think I would be inclined to jump forward with this enhancement suggestion. But we're not looking at a small increase. We're looking at a close to 10% increase, which is not very palatable, I don't think, with anyone. As far as customer service and communications are concerned, we've heard complaints for, I'm going to say decades, because that has always been out there. I do think recently, within the last 3-4 years, our customer service, our communications have improved substantially. I know face to face, one-on-one, I think customer service is great. Sometimes when there's emails, maybe things get proposed a little bit. So far, we've made very few cuts on this budget. And I'm very worried that if indeed we make additions in the operations side, that's going to only put more emphasis on making cuts on the capital side. And I don't like that kind of, using those kind of bargaining chips. To me, that's, well, it's not the way I like to play the game. But I'm quite certain our staff members did not bring this forward without a lot of thought, a lot of concentration. I really, I expect they were hesitant to do this, but I truly believe they thought this was essential. And I am inclined to vote in favor of these additions, but I will say, if we're sitting here next year discussing the same situation, well, I'm really going to be looking for improvements. I'm going to be looking for much more customer satisfaction. So I sincerely hope this, we put a lot of Band-Aids on customer service and communications in the past. I hope this can be the final cure if indeed we pass this enhancement.
Deputy Mayor, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Sarah, you've done an excellent sales pitch on this one. I came in today thinking, yep, that's one that we can eliminate, but I'm better understanding your rationale for putting this forward. And I think also our FTE that we do have there has to have holidays. There's potentially sick time. Who knows what can happen? So we need that backup. And my question is, comes back to communications. So just so I'm clear. So when you say communications in relation to this role, that means, you know, speaking with the public, answering the emails, answering the phones, that sort of thing. That's not, you know, assisting with press releases or the other types of communications that might come forward to council, just for clarity, because I'm asking then how many staff individuals do we have dedicated to communications overall?
Thank you. Through the mayor. Right now, we do have 1.5 in customer service. One is, like you were saying, one is our senior comms, and they handle all of the media releases, and that will become very important as we move forward with TCE and all of that. And then the other piece is that the 0.5 is the internal corporate communications, and they handle things exactly like you were saying. So everything from water tower light up to making sure that our Instagram has the most up-to-date information up in regards to council meetings and all of that. It's two completely separate functions that require a different level of thinking at different times.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned when somebody phones in or emails in, they get a case number. I didn't know they got a case number. Do we have a report on how many unsolved cases we have?
Through the mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bartley. No, that isn't what I said. I said we are going to work on getting that program in place. That doesn't exist right now. That's what we want to strive to, because that is what the community wants, and we can have better turnaround time if we are delivering a case number with an owner to the person who has called in or who has emailed.
Currently on our website, it's I think it's either called report a concern or something. So it does go to a tracking system, and yes, I'm not sure it's called a case number, but cases are assigned to various departments, various people, and you get a notification that you've had a case assigned to you, and that is when you should be replying back to those particular cases. And as you solve those cases, you should be marking them closed. at this point in time, I can't tell you how many cases are open or how many concerns are open. I can tell you, I think I finally got logged in there and I think I have 3 cases assigned to myself. And I need to fix that. But there is a tracking system there. Yes. My thoughts on this communication piece is currently in the office, we have one specified customer service person. We also have, we have added our museum assistant who does come in 2 days a week so that our customer service communications person can get work done that is communication related. There is a lot of times when there isn't staff available to do, like, even today, I think we're at a skeleton crew in there of 5. So there are some times when we don't have staff at the office.
I have to say that I have not heard an answer to Councillor Bell's question of whether this will really solve the problem that, and I will tell you that the deputy mayor and I every week get a number of calls, and these calls are about specific feedback people are looking for from our planning department, from our sometimes from our roads department, sometimes from the building department. And it tends to be chronic complaints that, and that's why they've come to us, that they haven't, had a return call after numerous calls. I'm not sure that it's a great idea to track complaints and, systemize it and everything, but I'm not sure that will answer the question. I mean, and this is, I believe, Councillor Bell's problem. I don't think that's going to resolve the time that Shirley and I spend with people who are just saying, I can't get an answer that I've been waiting for. Councillor Bartley. And so, yeah, you go ahead, Councillor Bell, because I think I was waiting for some clarification on how this would help that problem, but I don't think it will.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor, and Madam Deputy Mayor. Makes me feel that I'm not being singled out and that I just make myself too available to the ratepayer and they seem to want to come and vent. And it's okay that they come and they vent. But Sarah, you also said, could I just say Sarah? HR. You said about the numbers of emails that are sent to the directors, and I think that this person would have an ominous job. I got a call about why Mr. Freeze is here, why a plow wasn't down the road. So they elect us, they call us, they want us to make a decision. And I said to this one person, how the heck do I know? I don't run the plow, and I'm not the foreman of the situation, but I'll find out for you. And then it's Mr. Freeze that knows that a plow operator blew a hydraulic line. It's back at the shop, and the people want to know, is this person going to be the one that they're going to find out to call Jeff to find out that the plow's got a hydraulic motor that's bled out on the side road so that the people can know why their plows, it's not coming down? Like this is the kind of stuff that people engage us with. And they do that to council because they have voted for us. We are the ones that they said, we put our support towards you. Can you tell me this? And then we say, we're not in so deep in the weeds on that one. I can't get at that. I wasn't out there this morning, just using that as an example. And then when we have all of the departments doing all of the things that they're all doing, and then members of council say, you know what, the best person that you can call on that would be, and there's a director of a situation and call. And if they do that, again, nothing really comes. What I'm hearing on this, I believe that this council needs to do a new policy. A policy corporately, because I hope that the buy-in for every member of staff is that they are customer service orientated. I don't want to say that some are not, but I think that culturally, each and every one, you know, even seeing the plow operator this morning go down the second concession, I went like that. He's in there making sure he's not going into the ditch, but he waved at me. He was saying, thanks, you know, and I'm on it. That's just engaging with folks in the community. That's the kind of thing. So this, adding this person and adding to the budget, at this point, I think council needs to have a formulated new approach to what our policy is, to engaging back with individuals, every aspect. I think that this person doing that, it'll be just too ominous to dig into it.
So you go ahead, Deputy Mayor, and then we'll go to Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your comments, Councillor Bell. I think we're kind of talking about two different things. I mean, those concerns that have to be answered specifically by directors and managers of the various departments have to go to that, through that line of communication. And this person, I think I understand what Sarah would want them to do. But I think overarchingly, coming back again to your comments, perhaps what we need to do is to revisit that communications policy, because when that came before council, I know I was not, and I don't know if any of us were really happy with the result of that conversation when we looked at that report. So I would like to see that come back to us, because that was left with an understanding and taking this in a slightly different direction where, you know, we couldn't talk to anybody. We couldn't talk to staff couldn't talk to us, all of that kind of thing. So I would just really like to see that policy completely revisited, and in that provide language, whereas there would be some sort of time frame, as you're suggesting, Councillor Bell, as to when a member of staff should respond to an individual, at least with a message that says, I've got your email, I understand your concern, I'll get back to you as soon as I've had a chance to research whatever. I just think that would go a long way with people, rather than, because we all hear it all the time that, you know, they've submitted whatever concern and it just gets lost in never land, and it's crickets on the other end. And I think if we're going to go forward with this position, and I understand it and I will support it, we also need to take that a step further and do everything we can to improve the whole communications process overall.
I'm going to go to Sarah and then to Councillor Gehrig.
Thank you, through Mayor Kettner. I think I just want to make things very, very clear. The communications policy that was presented to you in mid-fall there, and our customer service excellence program policy are two separate things, completely separate things. So that we hear you, we'll bring that back on the comms piece. But the customer service policy, it already exists. It's already there. It already works. It's already been brought before council numerous times before. It works. It has just not been managed. And so I understand and I hear what you are all saying, but to get better customer service, we need to have the bodies to be able to do the work. If it's deemed that council sees that this is not appropriate at this time, completely understand, but just realizing that we will maintain current service levels, but we can't go over and above because we do not have the staff to do so. And we've got to get away from the piece of asking staff to do work off the sides of their desks. Thank you.
Councillor Gehrig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, and I agree with you 100%. And I think the most important part of that was if there was actually a case study, a case number assigned. So it's great to have the people, but without having an actual structure where it's statistically analysis and we can go back and report on it, because having an extra person and just not having where you could follow it through, because at the end of the year, we could literally say how many cases were successfully completed, how many are still open cases, etc. Right now, all it is somebody saying I phoned in 5 times. Without any statistical analysis, you can't back anything up. So to me, it's not just implementing that person, it's implementing the proper process and procedure so that you can have the analysis to make sure that it's actually being followed through on. I agree with, when you said that, I think that is the most logical component in the whole thing, because now it's trackable. Now it's enforceable. Now you can also look at staff and hold them accountable.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for coming back to me. Trust me, I've spent my whole life in customer service. That was my life. I was the recipient of the Ontario Customer Service Award several times. I understand it fully, and I think it's necessary. At this time, I'm not going to vote for this until we can look after this other debacle. Is there 10 positions that aren't filled right now that we can get rid of to make room for this? I need to solve that before I can move ahead with another person. Trust me, I see the validity of this and the next one. At this time, I have to vote against it.
And just to speed things along here, we do invite ratepayers to report a concern. And so we either need to staff that, invitation or drop it. I'd like to recommend that we actually park this recommendation too until we see whether we can get this budget down to a reasonable figure. But Alex?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So just for us to deal with the recommendation that's actually on the floor, if we're wanting to quote unquote park because it's in the form of a recommendation, I would suggest a motion to defer.
Okay.
Or we can just vote on the motion, on the recommendation as it appears on the agenda.
Okay, let me just consult that.
Defer the
The recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole direct staff to include the Customer Service Clerk and Corporate Communications Coordinator as a budget enhancement in the 2025 final operating budget. Is there a mover? Do you want to hear that motion again? So the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole direct staff to include the Customer Service Clerk and Corporate Communications Coordinator as a budget enhancement in the 2025 final operating budget. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Urick and seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. As I indicated before, I'm not totally against this, but I still feel it's premature. I do think we have a great many other items to discuss, and I prefer right now to leave this parked and not make a decision.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's not on this slide, and I'm sure I can dig for it, but can you tell us what the wage would be? What's the cost of this?
All of these at the same time, just as a quick note. So the second person would be an increase on our tax levy of $56,000. A thought, and maybe I'm rambling. We are going to go into in camera to discuss the whole thing, and I can try and bring numbers in for these particular items as well at the same time to give you an overall increase of the whole amount, if that helps. So that is all of the items that we're discussing throughout today's budget process. So deferring it until we have that other discussion, I don't see a problem with that.
I think I will just say though, if we defer, I don't think it would be appropriate for us to consider each one today if we're deferring them all at once.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know what your thought is on it.
I think the problem, if I can speak for council, is that none of them are, outrageous numbers, but taken together, it's enough that we will not be able to get down. If we approve them, we won't get to where we need to go. And I think we need time to see looking at the budget in totality, can we get down to an increase that we can live with? And if we can't, then we cannot, support some of these things. And we'll have to make decisions on each individual one, but we are at 12 noon. And I don't know if lunch is here, but I know it's time for a break for everyone around the horseshoe. And so I think I'm gonna,
It is, Mr. Mayor, but could we please deal with this first before we go to lunch? Could we just conclude? We've talked a little bit about deferring. We've talked a little bit about just voting on the motion. Could we? please do that?
the motion's on the floor and we've discussed it. So all in favor of that motion? No, the motion is to approve it. So
Okay.
I'm not voting for it, but you're voting for it? No. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So from around the table, are we all looking to defer this so we can discuss this later? So can I propose an amendment that we defer this?
So are we just deferring this particular customer service clerk and corporate communications, or all of the enhancements?
All of them.
So the motion would be to defer the enhancement discussion until a later date,
Yes.
later in the budget discussions.
When we have a full discussion of all of the wage pieces.
I'm comfortable
Yeah,
with that.
I think we're going to need, to see light at the end of the tunnel before we, cast some of these things in stone.
So
That's
that was
what I'm
moved by
saying.
Counselor Porter. We just need a seconder and then an all in favor for
It's-
the motion to
It's
defer.
seconded by Counselor Bartley. All in favor? And there's your decision. And I'm gonna, unless, if lunch isn't here, we can journey on, but I think people could really use a break.
It should be here. 12 o'clock was the delivery, so it
Okay.
should be here.
Well, I'm gonna adjourn till 1 o'clock. Okay, till 12:30. So welcome back, everyone. We're resuming our first full day of budget meetings, Meaford Council. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Valerie Manning here very shortly. I think we're ready to start with the Meaford Public Library, are we, or Fire Service?
There were a couple items that we missed, so fire services and cultural services. And then we'll go with the library.
Okay, you go right ahead.
Okay. So just highlighting, the fire services, Rob is, our acting fire chief is here for any questions that you may have. For fire services, the only couple of items that were there were the comments about the IT allocations, and we've already discussed that previously. An increase in the insurance premiums. Nothing really that apparent, and I don't believe that their budget itself increased that drastically when you look at the book. So unless you have specific questions that you'd like to ask to the fire department, we'll go to the next slide.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. Insurance coverage for on-duty and off-duty coverage. What is off-duty coverage?
I think they're covered, and Rob might correct me. I think they're covered like a 24-hour service. So I think VFIS, and he's gonna correct me, we pay a certain amount for each for that, but Rob can answer the question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bartley. So our off-duty coverage, it's a package that VFIS has put together that, which is our insurance company policy through the fire service. They cover on-duty and off-duty. It's just part of the full package that they produce. So if I was to be out playing baseball and break an ankle and had to be off work for a while, they would produce some coverage for me on that as well. It's kind of in the all-in-one bundle that they have for us.
Any other questions while we have on here? Oh. Thank you.
The next division is cultural services. And I might actually get Krista to come up to speak on that. And Sarah, with Sarah's help.
Well, we need to put your mic on, Krista.
Yeah, so just thank you very much through the mayor. If there are any questions, I'm happy to try and answer.
If we're okay with, I mean, I didn't read off this slide or make any comments, but if we're okay with this and you're okay with what you've seen in the budget for cultural services, we can move on, and we can always come back at any time if we have further questions somewhere along the line.
Maybe just a quick question in passing. Is it just me, or is Meaford Hall having more and more success with its shows?
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Kentner. And yes, I do have those statistics in my head. In 2024, we sold over 20,000 tickets, with a gross revenue of, close to $935,000. So that's just from a performance perspective. And I could estimated probably another 20,000 people coming through the building for other purposes. Keeping in mind that Meaford Hall is a hub in the community, and it is home to 6 different community groups. It's also a place where there are several celebrations, whether it's weddings or anniversaries or celebrations of life. So we have probably, I would say, another 20,000 people just coming through for the galleries and all of those various reasons. So you're absolutely right. It has been incredibly busy, and especially for my team who were filling in for me for about 6 months. So I really appreciate that and would like to publicly thank them for all of their efforts. We have doubled our rental business, which is an incredible statistic, and it has allowed us to adjust the types of programming that we offer from a cultural services and a municipal perspective to meet the needs of the community, or at least their requests for more family programming or school programming, and to make shows more affordable. That was one of the things that we did hear from the community, is that they felt that all the tickets, all the shows were too expensive. And so, so we are very proud to be able to provide 100% Canadian talent at an affordable ticket price.
Thank you. That really sums it up in my mind.
Well, thank you very much for that acknowledgement. I appreciate that.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And again, Krista, it is really good to have you back with us. And you've touched on this, but the community aspect. So does that mean that there is a bit of a focus on more community acts coming into the hall, such as, the local music? And we had Harley's Play, which was fabulous. Is there more of a desire to host that kind of thing within the hall?
Thank you very much. And through the mayor to the deputy mayor, we're always looking for opportunities to showcase our local talent. And we did have the 150 Showcase show last year that my team, unfortunately, I missed it, but my team said that it was spectacular. And we would absolutely love to even partner with the Culture Foundation on those types of initiatives. But yes, there are also community groups that are wanting to do sort of a show us your talent type shows. So we're always looking for those opportunities, always looking to partner with local groups to do those sorts of events.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate
Great,
that.
thank you.
We're gonna move past the enhancement because we've tabled or deferred all of them. So I think we'll bring up Lynn regarding just a overview of the library services, and then we can get into our afternoon.
I'm glad I'm coming after the hall. We are all prepared, so. Oh, thank you. Sorry. I'm glad to say that I'm glad to see I've come after the hall, because I feel as a cultural person, so is the hall, and we are also a community hub along with the hall. So thank you so much. Good afternoon, your worships, municipal colleagues, and members of the Meaford Public Library Board Council representatives. If anyone is watching us on YouTube, you might not know that Councillors Greenfield and Councillor Forder are the library reps on the council reps on the library board. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present the Meaford Public Library operational budget for 2025. It was passed at the Meaford Public Library regular board meeting on October 16th, 2024. This budget, this budget is a combination of cooperation between the Meaford Public Library Board, the library staff, financial services, the IT department, and the human resources divisions. So we all work together to get this budget from the ground up. I also want to thank the Facilities Division for their work on the, I call it the 0521 budget lines. It helps to keep the lights on, providing the cleaning, the maintenance, and other professional services required in the library facility maintenance. And during the budget proceedings that in October that I presented to the board, we don't approve the 0521 lines, but it's important for the board to see that, because those lines include insurance, costs for cleaning, the debenture for the library debt, and I do have to report those lines on the annual survey of public libraries, which goes to the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sport. That libraries fall under. So that's an important part of our of the budget to make the board aware of, and also the public. I just want to say that the library services represents 4% of the total municipality of Meaford budget, but I feel it's one of the busiest facilities and it is to be recognized as an important hub of the community. I'm giving you a sneak peek of some of our 2024 stats. The library had over 80,000 visitors in 2024. 75,000 items were circulated. 1,700 individual rooms were booked by various members of the public. So the 5 meeting rooms that we have get a lot of traffic, and 12,000 people use the 11 in-house public computers. So when you're looking at the cost of IT, it's important. That's an important number to remember, that IT helps run those public computers. These statistics don't show the enormous amount of tech help, questions, problems solved, and the customer service that the staff do every day. We are confident that the 2025 budget will help ensure a quality trained library board and library staff who consistently provide excellent library services and programmings for our community. The budget also helps ensure that our online library, which is open 24/7, which saw approximately 51,000 downloads in 2024, remain viable. And the American Library Association does a lot of studies on library services within North America, not just United States. And studies show that when financial times are difficult, libraries get busier. It's an inverse relationship. So I don't see library services. I see an increase in traffic and programming and services for the years to come. I just wanted to mention on the slide, sorry, I have to take my glasses off to read. The Grants Ontario revenue line had an increase of $1,000 from the previous 2024, because I've added the costs of the postage reimbursement that we get from the Ontario Library Service. Salary and wages now include the 2025 full-time salary for the library CEO. Decreases, whereas 170 in the association fees and membership dues due to the cancellation of one of our associate memberships. 200 in subscription publications due to the cancellation of some periodical titles not circulating. That's something we do every year in our collection development plan, is we look at circ stats and see where we might be able to save if things don't circulate as they should. We decrease of 150 in e-resource expenses due to the cost of savings on some products. The increases, 500 in the conference line. Just got back from conference last week. Hotel rooms, everything is just more expensive. Food's expensive. So we added 500 into that, and also wanted to look at the Child and Youth Expo for our children's coordinator to attend. 550 went up in clothing and protective gear for library-related clothing, tags, health and safety gear as well. We go through a lot of masks, a lot of things that help in preventing the spread of infection, that kind of thing. 800 in computer hardware software increased. A lot of that had to do with the room booking software. It was a free service, and then they increased it. So the Friends of the Meaford Library paid for that in 2024, but we had to put it in the budget for 2025. And 800 increase in the other expenses line, which went to more staff volunteer appreciation needs, and also due to inflation. And I think that's it for the differences. There was a difference in the cost allocation to IT that Councillor Erwig had brought up before, 33,000. And a lot of that has to do, when you look at the library, we have two different types of IT. We have a public IT and a staff IT. And the public IT obviously runs our public computers, the Wi-Fi for the public, that type of thing. And the staff IT runs the firewalls, the servers, the emails, laptops, Chromebooks, all sorts of things that we need to enhance our IT to the public. And the library would not be able to provide quality service without these important systems, and their costs have gone up for the IT related items in the library. So I think that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Lynn. Any questions for her? Or shoot,
No, all
don't
right.
see any. That's good.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your support, and we'll carry on.
So, skipping through to our, 1 o'clock starting stuff, we have, engineering services that start. This. So engineering, we're gonna start with engineering services. Currently. Nope. Currently in asset management, we have put in the budget a $75,000 asset management plan. That's the core and non-core assets, and it's the one that's due on July 1st for so that we remain compliant with what we need for our grants and purposes. So we have a $75,000 amount budgeted there. That would be done by a consultant, because currently both the director of engineering as well as the asset management coordinator are off on leave. And so that's the next piece. The asset management does also include an asset management coordinator who will start later this year. They're inside that one, and this is a payroll piece. So last year, we've just moved departments where the person is reporting to. Last year, I believe it was under the project management side, and now it's under asset management. So if we move to project management, there's an increase of $3,000 for PPE equipment. Project manage, or the contracted services eliminated as it was being underutilized, and we aren't going to use that amount. And again, there's a difference in where a person is allocated, but it also this budget now includes a senior project manager. It was approved in the 2024, but it was for wastewater treatment and sanitary expansion. That is one position that we could possibly discuss at a later date. And
A question from Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question, Val, if I may, in relation to, you mentioned 2 staff in asset management that are currently off on leave. So I'm just wondering, how are we managing? Is there other staff members that are filling in, or does that mean that this work is just kind of on hold, or what, does it more of it fall to the consultant? What's happening?
so with staff being on leave, that department was reassigned to other areas. So currently it was, I think, asset management, GIS. Some of them were allocated to the director of operations to oversee what they're doing. And then we have our project management staff that are still continuing to do their project management stuff, and they report, I believe, we're reporting to operations as well. And facilities, which is the other chunk of that, currently reports through Sarah. Yeah. And I think that's that whole division that's got pulled out. But there are some vacant positions in that department currently.
Councillor Yurg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it harkens back, everything goes back to wastewater. So kind of with that department being the way it is, how is that impacting our preparations for the wastewater plant project long?
So I will say currently we, last year, we applied for the Hughes grant again, and it was done by a consultant. We had an external consultant, one that apparently is familiar with water treatment plants. And that has kind of been a thought going forward, that we could do that because they're more focused on the water treatment side of it. So I believe in the user pay budget, there is a contracted service for that particular person now.
Any other questions? Okay. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just a quick one, Val. So you mentioned that there was a contracted individual that applied for a grant last year, am I right?
We were unsuccessful.
We were unsuccessful, so do we still have to pay that person who applied for the grant to us?
So
Or was that?
we asked them to help us apply. We physically applied for the grant. They just reviewed our submission for us, so it would probably be a minimal cost last year. Yeah, but going forward, I think our contracted service piece would be that we get them more involved because we need to figure out, to your point, where to go with that sewage treatment plant and how we get from A to B. Any other questions?
Councillor Bartley.
What grant did you apply for?
Hughes. So Hughes grant, and then you're gonna ask me for what that.
No, was it for the water plant or the wastewater plant?
Wastewater,
Wastewater.
yeah. That's the second time we've applied for it. So there was, this like round 1 and round 2, and I believe there's another one coming, or there's been some emails that have come through about grants as well, but I'm not the water person, so, or a wastewater person, so I'm not wholly familiar where we're at with that at this point in time, but I can certainly look into it.
So we didn't have a delegation at Roma. Is the province accepting delegations at AMO? Do you know?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there certainly will be delegations. I haven't seen a call out yet.
But it's not just federal, it is provincial also at
At
AMO?
AMO, yes. And Councillor Greenfield and I have been tossing around the idea of a delegation at OGRA.
So OGRA is, why would, that doesn't have anything to do with wastewater treatment?
And it's infrastructure, so it's iffy, and we haven't looked into that to know for sure if that's the right time. But AMO certainly would be.
Well, we're looking at the books and what we're supposed to come up with money in the very near future for the wastewater. I think a delegation in AMO is paramount, and it has to be put together properly. And we have to ask more money than we were asking for at Roma. Is that something we should be asking for now, or when do you ask for a delegation for AMO?
As soon as the call comes out from AMO that they are taking delegation requests, we should get our name in my opinion.
And is that something we could prepare for August, to have the paperwork in line for a request? Not that it means anything, but I was told by the housing minister to get our ducks in a row and
So we can prepare working on that now to start what we need in-house, so that when we bring it back to you at a later council meeting, maybe a report to you to say what we're working on. Would that be helpful?
yeah, and am I relying on the deputy mayor to book a delegation, or who do we rely on?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that staff would book it, but we as council certainly can request that a delegation be booked for us at AMO, and I have no idea who's attending, but I certainly will be.
I wasn't attending, but I may drive there for a delegation. This is paramount. It has to be done.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Does anyone know whether OSAM has delegations or not? It's in Collingwood this spring. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a question. I saw Emily smiling back there. So the 2 applications that we have submitted and we were unsuccessful, did we get any feedback from those applications that might assist us going forward with language for the next time around?
Mr. Mayor, to be honest, we just got the letter last week and I haven't had a chance to review it since I've come back. We asked for feedback on the first one and I don't believe we got very much, other than to just resubmit again, which is exactly what we did with the help of the consultant. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just wondered because, and please correct me if my understanding is incorrect. I thought we had to have sort of a design in progress to apply. Are there certain phases of this process that they look for when they're about to allocate funding? And are we at the right stage yet to potentially be successful?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the first submission required you to be shovel ready, so we were pretty sure we were not getting that one. The second one, they were more lenient and they just wanted you to be working on your RFP for design, which is exactly where we're at. We have the consultant that helped us with the submission is also helping us with finalize our RFP, so we don't miss anything. And hopefully, I think the plan was to have it out early March.
Any other questions? Okay, Val?
Our next one is facilities, and I believe Steve is here to give us a hand. I'm gonna just let him talk for a while.
Through you, the mayor. This was our first full year as a department. And we're very proud of our accomplishments. I do believe on our cleaning side, once we took it back in-house, not contracted, have our own cleaners. We've definitely raised the standard of what was expected of our staff. I think in our forward-facing buildings, Meaford Hall, the library, we're definitely further ahead than we were in the past. We are looking for additional hours on that, just to, as you've heard both Lynn and Krista speak to, they are busier. Every year we're getting busier. So that involves more cleaning. On our maintenance side with our tradesperson, we certainly have done a lot more maintenance, preventative maintenance, including small projects and large projects. You've seen the service counter at 21 Trowbridge. All our washrooms, including here, have been fully renovated, including and then smaller things, painting, flooring. And then we've also entered back into some service contracts, i.e. like the generators that we have, doing them like having serviced. We weren't servicing them in the past. Through that, we were able to prevent a catastrophic failure at the fire hall. We had a water pump that was ready to explode. Literally in their writing, that's what they put in it. So we were able to catch that, do the maintenance on that. So as being one of our emergency control centers, that was crucial. But yeah, as our budget for this year, minimal changes. We haven't asked for a lot, just a few hours for the 2 full-timers that we have, just as things are busier. It is seen as we could do more.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a comment and a question, I guess, Steve, if I may. I was really glad to hear you talk about cleaning because I had been hearing some comments, if I may say, about the kitchen at the arena. So in your estimation, it's receiving more attention now than it perhaps was?
To speak to that, so my cleaning services are corporate facilities outside Parks and Rec.
Okay.
So I don't manage the cleaning schedules in any Parks and Rec facilities. So it's more corporate forward facing and behind facing. So this building, 21 Trowbridge, 15 Trowbridge, Library, Meaford Hall, water, wastewater, those are the facilities, Patrol A and B. But we don't, Parks and Rec manages that cleaning schedule.
So I'll save that question for Rick then. Thank you. Okay.
Any other questions for Steve? Thank you.
Based on our resolution this morning, I'm gonna move by this enhancement, but I'm just gonna highlight this enhancement is just an increase of the hourly amount from 35 hours to a 40-hour work week for the 2 people in this division.
I would.
Then we're gonna go on with development services. Economic development. I'm going to hopefully, maybe Sarah can speak to some of this.
Thank you through the mayor. I think we just wanted to really highlight the economic development piece so that we can really determine what we've done, some of the items that we have done, some of the things that we want to do, and have some fulsome discussion on where council wants to take the ECDev department. So some of the initiatives that we did this year were a family movie night at Meaford Hall. That went extremely well. The community was extremely happy with that. There's been economic development initiatives, the Christmas wreath, there was good feedback from that. Looking at outdoor patio replacement, the Grey County Spotlight, investment into local economics, and the Meaford Chamber of Commerce Award. So the budget contains one staff position at a coordinator level and approximately $40,000 earmarked for the following economic initiatives that I had just put forward. And those are things that we worked on this year as well, maybe not all of them. Am I missing anything on that from that?
But if we highlight, for example, movie nights, I can't get to my other screen now. But movie nights, I think in Questica, it shows, I think the plan was to have more than one movie night this coming year, maybe, I think it's 10 possibly movie nights. So that's where that $22,000 comes in to play. I think the wreaths is just the replacement of the wreaths that were purchased last year. The like, if you have any questions on the economic development or what your thoughts are, please let us know.
If I may say, my thought is this is a great, public relations exercise. It's got nothing much to do with economic development. Like it is just, we have no economic development approach at all. We need somebody who will get some land together and get it into public ownership and start servicing it and negotiating with occupants. It's a big job, and if we don't do it, you will see all the potential industry that comes with the TCE project go to all of our neighbors. I don't understand why we are not taking a more serious look at the service level discussion. We're down here with some things that could be done by, are being done by many of our merchants. We need to be up here with somebody who is going to our last CAO took a stab at it, and I think it was well short of the mark. But the important thing is we need a role that is going to actually take some initiative, and I hope that other people agree with me to some degree. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I absolutely do agree. I think that's a completely separate role from what we're talking about here. But yeah, I'm completely on the same page that we need to make an effort, that we need to have an understanding of what the costs are that are involved, and that we need to be brave and we need to step out of the box, as we well heard from the Mayor of Stratford when we were at the Economic Forum in Cobble Beach, of what success can be when a council steps up and says this is what we need to do. So I definitely want to continue that conversation. Coming back to this particular slide, I think what's happening here is community building, so to speak. It's not necessarily economic development. I agree. I think the movie nights are wonderful, and I know they're greatly appreciated within the community. But in my mind, I'd like to see the investment into a business profile increased. If we could have maybe a little less on the movie side, because I think that business profile is really, really important. If we're going to do what the mayor suggests, we need to have an understanding of what we have to offer. And I think that perhaps is a role that could be done by this particular staff, to put that together with her familiarity with our business community. I think that is an important piece. And my other comment is in relation to the patios. And I know we had an internal discussion earlier this week about patios, and I just would like to put that out there for council's consideration as to what we think about the current status of the patios, their placement and so on, their usage, and is that something we want to continue with? Or do we want to potentially ask staff for a report that might outline some alternatives to the current structure of our patios? Because my personal observation is that, you know, one of the patios was particularly well used, the other ones weren't. And the other one, in my mind, on the highway is in a bit of a dangerous position. So there's just my thoughts, and I would love to hear from everyone else on patios.
Councillor Urick, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wasn't really going to comment on patios, but I will agree with everything you said. So yeah, we'll have to take a long, hard look and see what that looks like moving forward. I was going to go back to the economic development conversations as a whole. And again, we had our growing our economy meeting, and they agreed wholeheartedly that it is economic development is not just this. This is a public facing piece, but they can't stress high enough. It's 4 points, really. This, the wastewater plant. It is about shovel-ready lands that we really need to get moving on and get that in place. And as well, you'll see another recommendation coming from them on Monday about business retention and expansion. Because again, we need to not only in concert with the shovel-ready lands, but just encouraging and researching businesses in general and what our community can offer them, why they should be in Meaford. That helps our base grow as well. So economic development. And again, let's go back to the choir about not having a CAO in place. And this is going to be so paramount on that position. My fear is I don't want to have that position hamstrung by us limiting them by what we're doing. But I totally appreciate that we have to, it's a chicken and egg scenario. We've got to have that person in place, see what their vision is to this regard, and then give them the tools that they need to work with. So I know this is difficult right now, and I have no problem supporting this, but we really need to be getting these other things going because they are going to greatly impact our future 10, 20, 30, 40 years down the road. And those are even more important than these.
Anyone else want to chime in on this? I know not everybody agrees that we need a senior person in that role, but I think it's coming to that. And when I say a senior person, it doesn't have to be, you know, highly expensive. It just has to be, we have to have somebody who knows how to do this, has done it elsewhere, and will do it here. Councillor Bartley, thanks for responding.
So are you saying another person over and above what we've have? Or replacing that department? Where are you going with this? I understand what you're saying. Economic development, there's two sides to it. The one side's being ignored.
I think all of the help that we have hired in the last year is not really appropriate for the role that we're looking for. And that said, we were paying enough to one of those individuals to be doing that job, which really hurts.
We were paying, and I'm sidestepping just for a minute. How did we spend $115,000 on community improvement when there was only 50,000 in the budget on ECDEV? It's 159 on Val's, what Val sent us out. And it's community improvement, actuals for last year were $115,000 on a $50,000 budget.
Through you, Mayor Kentner, that, because you've approved to take some monies from reserves and that will be taken. So there was like $238,000 in our CIP reserve. And last year, through some of those allocations, it was determined that you would spend some of the reserve money to give other CIPs out, I believe. Yeah.
I don't remember any huge payouts on the CIP that were brought forward.
Oh, there were a few.
Yeah. I can't show you right now, but there was Sykes, the old fire hall was one, and I can, I think I can remember three. I can't tell you what they were. There was a spa. But I remember at the time, we had this discussion, and it was during the summer that we would use reserve money to cover some of those additional CIP applications.
I think the third one was for solar panels on a barn, I believe. Something else like that.
Yeah, but the solar panels fit within the budget on that one. Is there a chance we could get a printout on this? Because I do apologize. I don't remember that. And the CIP plan is another one that has to be rewritten.
That's correct, and it's on our,
As far as I'm
Radar.
concerned, it was for facades, community improvement plan, not for furnaces or new water heaters and different stuff like that. But there was, you could go just about anywhere with the CIP program and get money. And then I learned through our previous clerk that there was several avenues to go down for that. I would like a printout for that because it confused me and see what money was spent where. Going, if I can get that, I'd appreciate it, but going back to, yes, we need to do something with that dev moving forward to be shovel ready for what's about to happen.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm thinking, you know, it's something that we should have in mind when we're interviewing CAO candidates, because I think we want to look for someone who is economic development focused, who recognizes the potential that we have here in Meaford, and perhaps that individual, to begin with anyway, could drive what we're talking about in terms of those industrial lands. I want to come back to this slide though, trying to keep us on track. So wondering what to do with this. Do we just approve the 40,000 and allow staff to work within that? Or do we need to take each of these initiatives and suggest changes? Because I would like to see some sort of staff report, I guess, in relation to the patios. So do you wish that to be a motion at this point, or do you wish that to come later on as a notice of motion in a council meeting?
Yeah, either or, you can do it as a notice of motion at next council meeting, or you can request a report right now.
Okay, well, let's, if unless anyone has an objection, I will put forward an amendment that we call for a report on patios today.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Forder. Any discussion? Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Maybe this does go without saying, but we have a very large municipality. And the economic development person. Yeah, I can see they're gonna spend a lot of time in the town of Meaford. But when it says about, you know, the portfolio or the scope, I would just like to see that definitely is promoted the other areas in our municipality. There's a lot of other business that transpires, and it's not just located in the old town. Is that a fair enough statement?
I commented last night, like I think at our public planning meeting, I think there's been more money spent in rural Meaford on industrial development than in urban Meaford over the last number of years. So many on-farm diversified uses, whatever it's called, all kinds of investment being made in those. So I think that, but it is no question, it's important that we do get the big picture focus on economic development before, you know, we have other you know, local communities benefiting from the rush of traffic. I would, yeah, have we got a seconder for the motion to on the patios? Okay, right on, okay. You go ahead then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you're absolutely right, Tony. And again, so what we just received at that last growing our economy meeting was the small business coordinator we have now actually updated the stats in the existing 2020 ECDEV strat plan. And it did show kind of the growth that's already transpired. So much of that is rural. And a big part of that is why we need, again, to focus on ECDEV in general, is we are now working off an old 2020 ECDEV strat plan. It was supposed to be upgraded last year. That hasn't happened. So until we get that in place, and that does take into account the whole municipality, not just the town of Meaford, then we are working from old data, old initiatives, old planning. We need to update that plan. And that's why they've also asked for a community visioning plan to make sure that rural and urban are both included. So yeah, you're absolutely right, but it is being taken into consideration at many different levels that does exist. Business directory is one of the things we keep talking about, and that's encompassing the whole municipality. So yeah, it's paramount.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think coming back to the Growing Our Economy meeting where we had a lot of discussion about the increase in funding, which we heard about at Roma from Lisa Thompson for the RED programs. And so should we be successful in achieving funding to do a BRNE, Business Retention and Expansion report, I think that will give us a lot of really valuable information, even if we don't have the ability to make the investment in updating the strategy and doing our visioning this year. The information that we would get from that BRNE program would be invaluable, I think, into assisting us, and that would be inclusive of urban and rural for sure. And I'm just toying with the idea of suggesting here economic development initiatives for 10,000. Could we add in there just wording to say, you know, inclusive of urban and rural or something in that regard, so that we make sure that there is a directive within this to make some investment in the rural area?
Make that a motion.
We'd better deal with the other motion first, but yes, I'll make that motion as well.
Let's deal with the motion on the floor first. I have that committee of the whole recommend that staff bring forward an information report on the downtown outdoor patio replacement removal program.
Mr. Mayor, sorry. What I'm looking for is a report about, you know, patios in general.
What do you mean patios in general? Just sort of like in relation to the budget, just to be clear.
Maybe it's, she's questioning the patio and the patio usage that's downtown right now. And if there's any concerns related to
Safety concerns.
safety concerns and various items.
Mm.
I think that should be done in a report so that you guys know what's going on.
Thank you.
Again, I think, as I've said before, it is very, very easy to say we're not going to do patios anymore, and it will be very, very hard to get them back anytime. So before we let them, you know, fall through the cracks, I think we want to take a look and see if there's a way to resuscitate this program. There's lots of problems with it, but it would be good to, I think it increased business in downtown Meaford in general. I know at least one business, and I think more than that, had concerns that it stopped the flow of pedestrian traffic to their businesses. But at the end of the day, I hope that we could get a report that at least is, you know, even-handed and takes a look at how we can improve the program we have rather than how do we kill the program we have. That's my input. So we need to vote on that. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. And then we're going to deal with the other the $10,000 and rural and urban. Is that something that can just be changed as a result of the notes people are taking on today's meeting?
Yes, I believe so, but I was hoping that somebody that has access to Questa could tell me what was included in the 10,000. Sorry, I can't see it.
No. I think they're working on it.
It's, it's just a line item. Okay. So it must be just, from what I'm being told, it's just a placeholder. I wasn't sure if there was a summary underneath the 10 that would tell me there was something else. So yes, if you want it to be designed to go to rural, we just, I think, need to just, I'm not sure if we need a resolution or just make a note in Questica that a portion of it should be assigned to rural.
Okay. Back to you, Val.
I think that's okay. Is there any other questions on economic development or any other comments that you'd like to bring forward at this time?
I just hope we come back to this when we start discussing the jobs that we have and the jobs that aren't filled and the jobs that, all of that. I think this would be a good place to incorporate that discussion.
Okay,
Thank you.
so then we can move to the next slide. Building services. Now, Bart is here and he may want to just give you a little bit of an overview on that.
Welcome, Bart.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The 2024 building year was strong. We saw significant growth in the number of permits issued, value of construction, and new homes started this past year, which has been great. I know nothing, I can't say anything more than that. It's been fantastic for the building department and for the municipality. This year, the Ontario province came up with a new building code. They revised the old one, and that code has about 2,000 changes. We suspect that next year there will be additional 2,000 changes as the province keeps evolving the Ontario building code to closer to the national building code. And those will put challenges. And we've requested an enhancement. That's, I think, a couple slides down. And I don't know if Val wants me to speak to that enhancement now or address it a little later on.
Just to give these guys, I know we've tabled the enhancements till we have the bigger discussion on waivers, but I think we'll provide a summary of what each enhancement is at this time, so you have some idea what we were thinking. So you can go ahead, Warren.
Oh, okay, sorry. Through you, so the enhancement is presently we have a development coordinator that is shared between planning and building. And the goal is to take that position and have the individual who's there now stay in planning and put more effort into the planning side of things, and then create a new position in building and work on providing higher customer service with the intake of applications and addressing some of the challenges that will be coming in with the additional changes to the code in the near future and presently. So the hope is that there will be better communication up front, and this person's job will be to give clear and help people through that process.
Councillor Bell.
Mr. Mayor, it's probably right here in the financials. Last year, the building department, I hope I'm using the right words, ran at a deficit. There was a shortfall, whatever the right terminology is. And with the increase, what are we like then for the 2025? Are we going to be in that same kind of position currently?
I don't think so. In the fees and charges, we did have a 3% increase in our fees and the fees and charges, which will help alleviate some of that. But we also did receive
some significant projects. So one of them has paid their building permit fee. SkyDev has paid their building permit fee. That fee, just the building portion is about 350,000. So the goal is to be never revenue neutral, and then when you have good years, put money into the reserves. And for the last few years, we've been pulling money out of our reserves to the point where we've exhausted those reserves. This year, I suspect because of where we are with site plan on a couple of projects, big projects, that we will be putting money into the reserves at the end of this year, even with this individual. Now, that's what I see right now. I don't know what's going to happen a month from now with, trade wars and all other things in the world that are going on. But as it is trending right now, the building department is busy. And we had almost a 35% increase from 2023 to 2024. We have significant subdivisions coming online that are creating more housing. Like last year, we saw a lot of townhouses being built. And, we have a lot of stuff in the system. So people are, applied for permits and are working on, obtaining documents or, getting to the final stages of getting permits out. So I do see, I'm going to be bullish and say that, it's going to be good. Ultimately, I don't control the economy. And, if recession hits, then that's a different conversation. But the more homes we issue, the more permits we issue, the better the tax base, the higher taxes we get, and the better the municipality does.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and two questions, Bart. So you talk about, a number of permits upcoming in 25, and that's great. So my assumption is that we have allocation capacity then for everything that you see coming forward in 25?
Right now, yes, we will be issuing, we have the skill and we have the people that we can issue the permits as they come in.
But I mean wastewater capacity for everything that you intend to allocate in 25?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the subdivisions that are approved now have allocation.
For all of the phases?
I don't know for all the phases, but for the phases that have the ability to construct right now, they have access to sewer.
Thank you. My second question, council used to receive a monthly building report, and we haven't had one for quite a while. And we always very much look forward to Councillor Greenfield presenting the building reports. Is there any chance we could receive those again?
It's on our objectives this year to get that. It was one of this, in the enhancements is one of the tasks that this individual would do. But in the meantime, we'll make sure that they start getting circulated back to you. It's important that we get that information to you, and it's something that we're working on a couple of different drafts now of what that report would look like to you and make it worth your while. So we don't want to just give you a pile of numbers that you don't appreciate or don't want to look at. We want to give you something that's actually functional and you can get the information quickly. So that is in the works.
Any other questions for Bart? Not seeing any, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very helpful.
Thank you. Municipal enforcement. This is for crossing guards, municipal enforcement and animal control. I believe Holly is not available today, so we'll just do a quick overview. It maintains about 800 calls. They're prioritized. I'm not sure. Denise, can you speak to this at all or no? Yeah. Okay.
So beyond.
Good morning, council. It should be on. Yep. So Holly did provide me with a little bit of an update because she wasn't going to be able to come to the meeting. So beyond what is in the slide there, I had a few things about how their operations were affected recently and why they went to the tiered division that they have there. The main reason is because, as it states there, for succession planning. So we've seen a number of younger people come and become a bylaw enforcement officer, so MLEO, and last a couple of years, a year, whatever, and then move on to bigger and better things. And so it was the long range kind of proactive management of the division, thinking if we created a 1, 2, and 3 structure, there would be a place for folks to move into as they become more and more qualified, and they would move from MLEO 1, 2, and 3. And then they would be able to handle different things. So last year, their division was restructured and a new position was created, MLEO 1, which replaced some of the role that Brittany had been doing on a part basis. And I don't recall the amount, if it's 50% of her role or 20% or something like that, that got eliminated last year when she changed positions. So to provide that administrative support, the MLEO 1 was created, which would be able to dispatch and also do some of the lighter duties of an MLEO 1 officer. I'm just going to pull that up. A few other details here. And sorry, I had another email open. Now I've lost it. And so that structure generally was created just for that long range vision for the department to allow for changes. But it also was to respond to the prioritization that the calls are done. So they're prioritized based on a chart of how important they are and what needs to happen immediately versus what can wait. For things like a dog at large that might bite somebody is different than long grass complaint for property standards, for example. So in part, it was also for succession planning and growth, which kind of speaks to that changes in 1 to 3. There was also a note in here to talk about the chargebacks, which have changed, which changes the FTE or full-time equivalent and the evaluation. So the wages have been offset with the Memorial Park chargeback and the removal of the 3rd seasonal officer, and removing the 20,000 contract service component that was presented previously in the November 2024 budget that was provided. So she's also given me a little bit more detail about what these 3 MLEOs do. So the first one, MLEO 1, it is administrator/dispatcher, and their main responsibility is to assist the division in the administration process and for calls for service, as well as the licensing component with a point of contact, which will help with things like the future. We're trying to think ahead for the short-term accommodations licensing administration, sign permits, taxi, refreshment vehicle licensing, livestock evaluation, and be a backup officer to the MLEO 2, and allows for that future growth over time for learning and all of that stuff. So they could eventually become an MLEO 2. And in addition to having consistency of senior officers for summer evening patrols for Memorial Park. And then for the existing FT full-time equivalents, officers 2 and 3, they have their own responsibility with additional liability and risk within their job descriptions. And tiering of the division was hopefully to assist the manager in moving forward in the 2026 to 2027 of implementing an administrative monetary penalty system, or AMPS, for bylaw violations. AMPS is a new system that will allow the municipality to enforce an appeal fine without going through the provincial offenses court system. So yeah, and a lot of this is to help for the work planning for next year, as I've alluded to with the STA stuff. Assist and support development of the bylaws for STA and the process for licensing, as well as updating refreshment vehicle licensing and special events. And complete short form wording for bylaws like part 1 ticketable offenses, open burn, yard maintenance, et cetera. Paid parking at Memorial Park, introducing an online platform with Parks Division for residents to complete online registration and have the option to go to the office as well. And also for seasonal boat users to enter their trailer plate. Some housekeeping bylaws that we wanted to clean up, parking, animal control, and the grade fill bylaw that have been on the work plan. And review and move animal licensing to DocuPet system, which is an easy to use platform to quickly license your dog and create a personalized pet profile and access helpful lost pet services all in one place, which is similar to the way that we're doing the open burn permits, which has had really good uptake. And just for reference, she's given me a chart of like the number of calls that they have, that they are doing per year, and just to kind of understand that the volume. For example, the number of dogs licensed for 2024 was 833. So we've already sent renewal reminders to owners. 620 notices went out and 504 are still outstanding. So additional reminders usually go out in the spring to be completed by March 31st, 2025 to get the lower rate for your renewal. There's a bunch of stuff in here. I mean, I don't have to read all of it, but she just wanted to have it for us to have it available in case data was asked about the volumes and things like that. But just to understand a little bit, like parking tickets, we issued 227 parking tickets. There was 63 parking action requests that were reviewed by the manager, 43 notices of impending convictions, a number of things like that, that the volume is still quite high. And so that was why the asks are the way that they are presented to you, especially with the tiered system that was implemented in 2024. And that's all I have for now, but I'm sure Holly's listening in and probably thinking I should have said something else, but hopefully I didn't do too badly summarizing for you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Val, is a question? Sure. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. McCarl. I often get asked about the bylaw enforcement officers. And I think the biggest question is, how many do we actually have? Now, in the budget numbers here, it shows there are salary wages on a contract basis, and then there are full-time wages. So I just have a couple of questions. The contract / part-time, is that a seasonal officer, or is that a 12-month a year individual?
Currently budgeted in the municipal enforcement is two seasonal employees. And then I believe currently budgeted for this year, there are 4 municipal enforcement officers budgeted. That would include the manager plus 3.
Okay, so it's 2 and 4.
2 and 4.
Yeah, okay, fine. Thanks for that.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I was going on that same line, Harley. I know I repeat myself a lot. I've watched other municipalities and they're fighting over whether they should have a half of a person in their municipality, same size municipality as us. Matter of fact, a bigger municipality, same amount of people, whether they should have a half a person or a whole person. And now we have 5, 4 full-time, 2 part-time. I can't go with the 4th. I just can't. It's $140,000 extra in payroll and benefits. And you can be mad at me if you want. I know there's workload, but I just can't go for 5 bylaw officers.
You want to speak to that?
I think that's in that wholesome full discussion that we need to have that tells you everything about all, if that works for you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I don't disagree, but I also think we have to see the STA bylaw and understand what the implications of that are in terms of bylaw as well. And I don't know when we're going to see that, whether that will coincide with this report or not, but
It's in the back of my mind too, but we've already agreed that the STR should not cost the municipality anything.
Any further questions on municipal enforcement?
I don't see any more. Thank you very much, and thank you, Denise.
The next one is planning services, and I'm going to let Denise speak to that as well.
Thank you, through you, your worship. So for this last year, we've estimated our proposed revenue a lot more closely to what our actual last year's revenue was. So that's why it's decreased each year for the last 2 years, because I think we were extra hopeful, but we're estimating it based on our historical numbers. So I've been tracking those numbers since 2013. Obviously, I went back to 2013. I wasn't here in 2013, but I've went through the numbers. What the numbers don't show at this stage are the complexity of applications over time. So obviously, we have more subdivisions and larger projects than we did in 2013. But we also have maintained a lot of the smaller files like minor variances and severances pretty consistently. They've gone up consistently year over year for the most part. I mean, certain years are higher than others. And so that is why the numbers have went down again in terms of revenue, because I went through the last year's numbers to see how many files we had and to make sure our revenue aligns a little bit closer. As I mentioned in the last meeting, planning services should not operate as a zero, like a zero impact to the budget, because of all of the services we provide that do not have application fees with it. So much like other jobs in the municipality, we provide a service that taxpayers do have to pay for. And then things like development files are paid for by the developer themselves. So all the other things we do are paid through the tax base. So it's usually around the 50-50 to 40-60% kind of split. We're pretty close to that when I've looked at where we are this year. And then I think what we wanted to highlight were some of the projects that we are going to be moving forward with for 2025 that didn't happen previously. Maybe they were planned for 2024 or earlier, and we're now going to move them forward. So the Heritage Conservation District Plan, we're not asking for anything special there. We're just moving that money forward again. It was in the budget a couple of years in a row. I think probably Val can confirm. And we'd set aside $10,000 that just didn't get spent a couple of times. We did pay for some early reviews of our conservation district plan and did an opportunities and challenges report that we would like to bring back to the Heritage Committee for them to take a look at. And then we think for the most part, staff can do a refresh of that document with the small money that we're hoping to slot for this year, that $10,000. We are fully staffed now in the division. So we have 2 planners and the manager. And I think that's going to make a big difference in being able to complete projects. The official plan and zoning update for this year, it's just a line. So every year that line is there. We may not do an official plan update, but in this case, we are doing an official plan update, some minor text and mapping updates, as well as updating the zoning bylaw to match the official plan as required. As you know, in 2024, we had some staffing challenges in the division, including with the loss of the Director of Development Services. So some of us rotated. The chief billing official, Mr. Toby, and I rotated the director role, which took us away from our regular duties. And we also had a vacancy for our 1 planner role for about 5 months. So that made a big difference in us being able to complete our work plan. So we're pretty pretty positive this year that we'll be able to move these projects forward. And then just in terms of enhancement, just adding on to what Mr. Toby said, adding that extra half of FTE, we thought of that as a much more lean way of getting work done than asking for an additional senior planner. The impact to the budget's significantly less because it's only adding a half FTE, a little bit at the lower end of the salary spectrum. And so that's what has changed between the version 1 and version 2. Otherwise, we are not really changing much between those versions.
Thank you very much, Denise. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Denise. A question, if I may, in relation to the zoning bylaw update. When we had our Director of Development Services, I remember a comment about you, the Manager of Planning Services, being delegated to that bylaw for, if I'm correct, 10 months. So do we still feel that this can be completed with the current staff capacity, or will you have to bring in some outside support?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a really good question. I believe our approach has changed somewhat. So the way that we're planning to do this project is to scale it back to more of a housekeeping update, which was, for folks on council will remember, was done routinely in the municipality for many years when Ms. Buckton was here. She was really good at making sure our bylaw was kept annually updated. And our plan is to institute that process again. So we would bite off a smaller change over time. So since 2022, when I started, we started to keep a chart of, we'll call them problem provisions that weren't making a lot of sense, or we were having a hard time using, or we thought should change to be more readable or usable for the zoning bylaw. And our plan is to take that chart along with already identified updates by our contract planner that we had previously, Margaret Potter, and move that forward. And then maybe do some internal consultation with other divisions to understand if they're having any struggles with the zoning bylaw right now and use that. I think last year, the previous vision was to just repeal the entire zoning bylaw and start with a fresh one. And I think what we think is more cost effective and will make more sense and be able to be accomplished is just a refresh on the problem areas rather than a delete and replace. If that makes sense, we think it will take a lot less time. And it also requires more collaboration among the planners to bring forward their knowledge of the bylaw as it was working over time and not working over time, et cetera. So we already have that divided up into different work group areas, things like parking sections, the industrial lands, the C1 zone, things like that. We believe we are going to just divide up among ourselves to do some review of where things are, along with that, the chart that of the previously noted changes we have to make. And we think that's a lot more doable and will take less time than the previous project was going to take.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Denise, are we not presently looking for a Director of Development Services?
That's probably a question for someone else, but yes, there is a recruitment process for that.
Currently, yes, we are.
And that would add to this budget?
No, it's budgeted in corporate, it's already a budgeted, approved budget. Well, I knew I was going to get tongue tied. It's an approved, it's an approved position from 2024. So it is already in that number that was provided earlier. So it is a budgeted, approved position, and it would be charged back to corporate services, which a charge back here is already built into the budget.
Charge back would be here. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, so I know we're kind of bookmarking the enhancements, but with the upcoming county planning meeting, let's throw that in the monkey wrench as well and see where it lands. I mean, how does that impact what you're asking for the enhancement?
Currently, I don't believe that we have done any adjustments for that.
So that's a good point. Do we have any idea what no, we don't have any idea what the cost ramification would be if this comes to fruition at this point. Do we? How long, so when did they think that that would come into effect if they actually, this comes to fruition, the Grey County? I know we're asking questions about something that doesn't exist yet. Probably won't impact the 2025 budget. It'll be 2026. So this will be a carryover of our staff for 2026 proposition.
I don't know if, I probably can answer. I mean, Val is capable of answering some of it. I just want to just let you know the timing. I would suspect that if we did that program, if we ended up signing on to it, that we would have to pay a levy into it, right? So we would be, so it may have no impact to the budget. It may be the same money, but just it is a great ways out for us to really know for sure what will happen. Sorry, Val, for interrupting.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I see on Committee of Adjustment, you got a bump up to $16,000. Is that, what would the reason be behind that?
Do you want me to answer, Val?
Sure.
Okay, so what we've done is, in line with what other municipalities do, is we've put aside some of the revenue for Committee of Adjustment. So they bring, I'll call it the Committee of Adjustment Committee's revenue from their files, right? So the files that we process for training for the committee. And just to make it a little bit less expensive, we decided to allow them biannual training so they could go every other year to the annual conference. Last year, the first year we did it, they weren't able to go to the full conference, but they went to a one-day seminar in the fall, which was very valuable to them. And then this year, the conference is in the at Blue Mountain Village. So it probably will end up coming in less than what was projected because we didn't know at the time where that venue would be. But that was, if you look at the line items out to the future, you'll see that it goes up and down. And that is so that the committee can be appropriately trained for their role because they do have a decision-making authority of council that has been delegated to them. So it's a little different even than the Heritage Committee because they actually make decisions for the municipality. And as you know, their decisions are no longer appealable by almost anyone. So the for example, in the olden days, 2 years ago, council could have appealed the Committee of Adjustment decisions, which has happened to a number of municipalities if you didn't agree with something that the Committee of Adjustment decided on. No longer do we have that ability, nor do neighbors and residents that are adjacent to the lands or anything like that. It's very limited who can appeal those decisions. So it is really important that they're appropriately trained for that role. But that is funded by the fees that we collect. So when the fees were increased 2 years ago, so I guess in 2023, they had that in mind to make sure that they could be trained at least on a biannual basis.
Thank you. So if they make a decision, it can't be challenged by the OLT or council or anybody?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it can be challenged by the applicant if it's turned down or they don't like, the applicant does not agree with the conditions that were applied, they can appeal those conditions to the OLT. And it can be challenged by like a utility. So if Enbridge wants to challenge it, it actually, I don't believe can be challenged by the county or ourselves.
Thanks, Denise. So we talked about the enhancement for that. Now our next phase is operations. I'm going to let Rick start speaking to this one. Please.
I was waiting for him to go. Thank you, Val, and through your worship. This is just a general overview of the transportation and fleet service. I'm sure we want to dive right into the operating budget here, but some of the major players for our operating side is the granular resurfacing, dust suppressant, winter control, and our rural stormwater maintenance. So if there's any questions, we can move right in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, a question, Jeff, in relation to fleet maintenance, and I know this has come up before, but is there any chance at some point we could get kind of a breakdown on enterprise so that we really kind of better understand how advantageous this decision has been for us? We've been in the program a few years now and the numbers are up and down, and it's difficult for us to really discern if we're ahead of the game or not. So can you at some point, when you have a chance, provide us through Val, if that's appropriate, further breakdown on enterprise?
Sure, through your worship. Yes, for sure, we can do that. The last sale that we just had, we've been through 2 cycles now. It was a very positive outcome. I think we were on the plus side of 150K that got rolled back into the program. So where I'm actually meeting with the enterprise rep the next couple weeks, so we can revisit something and get something together. For sure. The other thing to realize too, that the number started at 160. We've increased the fleet count over the last couple of years. So that's why things have gone up on our budget side and not necessarily flattened out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess now I can ask the fleet management question. So the last 2 years, yeah, we had contributed, or last year we contributed 50,000 into the reserve. Just wondering why the 320 this year?
Yep, through your worship. The 250,000 were for the to purchase a bucket truck to add to fleet. The 320 for this year is the street sweeper, the asphalt hot box, and another roller for the existing 3rd grader for granular rolling. It's just combined.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So is today the right time to talk about the street sweeper? Or is that sort of like a capital?
That's a capital item.
Okay. No, it's okay.
What I will say is that was a question about your contributions to reserves. So anytime you see contributions to reserves in this, it does relate to a capital item. And that's how we fund the capital projects, is through that line.
My shoulders and my liver, your worship. Through you to Jeff. Jeff, I imagine this is way too early to even ask about this, or maybe I shouldn't be asking about it. Maybe it's not necessary, but with the fleet, we get a number of smaller trucks through enterprise. Have we heard anything about the tariff situation? If it's gonna affect Mr. Enterprise, or because I mean, we have what, 12, 15 trucks like this use them. I'm just throwing that number out. I'm not sure, but must be some municipalities maybe have 100. Yeah, is there anything out there?
Through your worship to At this point, no, I have no information to bring back with you on that. I'm assuming if the tariffs do stay in, we'll definitely see some impact for sure. The nice thing with enterprise is their buy volume is in the millions. So we'll definitely be in a better spot through their pricing than tendering out on our own. That was one of the reasons why we went through that program, because we weren't seeing the good pricing that we normally would get versus what Enterprise gave us. But like I say, I have a meeting with them in the next couple weeks, so I'm sure that might be coming up. Pickup trucks. So all together, we have 36 units. And that's pickup trucks, the SUVs. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the reprieve that we got on the tariffs. If the tariffs go through, it'll be 25,000 a vehicle. Going forward, just dyed diesel going up $40,000. Can you explain that? Clear diesel going down, dyed diesel going up.
Yep. And again, it's all weather dependent. So a lot of time like we've had a lot of wet, so grader operation, more graders working at pushing snow back last year. Not pushing snow, actually ice conditions last year. And the price of dyed hasn't really spelled off either. So it's just usage. It's all on usage. Bad winter, just summertime, more grading. Yeah. Yeah, and we actually pulled, so we increased that budget up. We moved money internally, so there's only new money, 10,000 being adjusted to that account.
Don't know how it got off. Any more questions for transportation? Is there another slide? Is there another slide to be?
Environmental services. And we'll let Emily speak to that.
Yes, okay.
Jeff, on the payroll, roads is going up $200,000. Can you explain that one?
Through your worship, I would like to explain that one, but I'm not 100% sure, and I think it has a lot to do with the accounting side of the budget. Is that correct, Val? Or?
Yes. I think that's a wholesome discussion, and I'm not I don't know the specific answer for that particular right now.
But we will maybe get that
We will
answer.
get that answer, yes.
Thank you.
Someone should turn on the mic for the next. Thanks, okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, environmental services, this is primarily the waste management portion. Don't really have an update, unfortunately, for the recycling. Circular materials, or CMO, reimburses the municipality for the Miller waste collection portion of that. We do, however, still pay a portion for processing for the recycling that Miller's picks up, then repackages into a bigger truck to drive to waste management in Mount Forest. So we are proposing that 120,000 be used from the waste management reserve to cover those fees, but Val can maybe speak more to that if you have more questions. And I guess we'll get you an update when I get one. Hopefully, I've heard that the contract closed, but I don't know any details about the contract for recycling. And then we are also working on our solid waste and organics contract as we speak, to put out hopefully early spring to come back before the summer to say what we plan to do in 2026 for our portion of the collection.
Questions? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So your final bullet point there about the 120,000. How is that arranged currently then in our budget? is it in as a tax or is it, are you looking for council to say, please take it from the reserve?
So currently we have budgeted the 120 with nothing coming from reserves. So we could take the 120 from reserves.
Okay,
There is a waste management reserve that we have currently that we could fund that 120. And I believe if you looked at that page in the budget book, that's what happened last year. We budgeted to take money from reserves to cover a portion of the environmental services. And it's because they're of the change in the recycling and that contract, that's why we're doing it that way.
well, with that, Mr. Mayor, if staff feel that they could do that, I think I'd like to move that we would direct them to do that.
Any discussion? All in favor? Done. Thank you.
No, it's okay. Is there any other questions?
Not seeing any. Okay, thank you.
Now we'll move to Parks and Recreation, and that would be Rick talking this time.
For your worship, and council. Obviously, the slide pretty much speaks for itself, but, we are, hoping to, move along with dredging. I do realize that that is a fairly, big priority, for our municipality. Excuse me. And it's just a slow process, but that process has started. I've spoken with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and they've given me a really good template to work with. So we're going to try to get things in play without any major hiccups, we hope. So on that one. The cemetery fountains, they are still being looked at. We're still in the process of trying to the contractor that we've been speaking with, his opinion is that they can be repaired. He's just finding it really hard to source out parts to make them so they are fully functional. Once he updates me on that, then I can update council on that particular item. The additional $10,000 that was added to our beautification program, that was to put additional flowers in, obviously, for our 150 celebration. We are going to still utilize those planters, so that is the reason for that additional request to bring it to a $30,000 budget item. And talking to the last bulletin or paragraph, during the 2024 season, we definitely experienced some staff turnover, both full-time and seasonal. It was brought to our attention through health and safety that on nights where our arena is utilized by bigger user groups, such as the Junior A nights, there was a safety issue by only having one attendant on duty. So they would be responsible for both the community center side of the arena and the actual arena itself. So the safety aspect was that they couldn't be everywhere, making sure that things were being followed, like rules and regulations that we have in place. And if they're tied up with something and then something else happens, then that puts our user groups, our public at risk.
Question from the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sorry, Rick, I've got a few things. I guess I'll start with the question that I was posing when Steve was at the podium in relation to the kitchen in the arena. He'd mentioned that there was additional cleaning at other municipal facilities. Is that going to be the case at the arena as well, or have you heard similar comments about the kitchen?
Through your worship, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Unfortunately, I haven't had any direct complaints to me. I did check with my coordinator and she did say that there had been complaints back before Christmas about some of the issues within the kitchen. Typically, our policy is that the kitchen receives a deep clean by our staff once a month. But it is the onus is on the user groups to clean the kitchen after their use. And then we go in and make sure that that's actually occurred. Otherwise, they will incur a cleaning fee penalty. But as far as having the facilities team come in, I don't really see a need for that. I believe our staff, the arena staff, can make sure that the facility is cleaned to a satisfactory condition.
Thank you. And following along with the cemetery, I'm really glad to see that here. We'd all really like to see these fountains repaired and operating this year. So glad that that's in the budget. Are you able to tell me, Rick, the exact cost of the flowers last year?
Excuse me. Through your worship, the cost for the flowers came in to us at approximately $18,000. That included the original request that we normally use, and then the additional flowers that were purchased. So
if that's the case, do we really need the additional 10 in there this year?
that would be a decision that if you chose to do a reduction, then so be it.
If, I mean, the 18,000 bought beautiful flowers last year,
Yes.
then we're thrilled with what was provided. So I guess the second part of that question is, I don't know if that request has gone out yet, but I'm hopeful we can single source that to the only grower in the community that provided the flowers last year. That cost seems fairly reasonable for what we received. So I would suggest then that we remove $10,000 and take that portion of the budget back to 20. If we understand that 18 bought all the flowers we had last year, then I would think 20 should buy them this year. So that will be an amendment that I will make. But I just had one final question for Rick before we discuss that amendment. Pickleball in the community center, does that also require 2 staff members to be present if there's nothing else happening in the arena at that point in time?
Typically, it does not. It's only when the facility is basically double booked. So something happening on the arena portion of the facility, and an event happening on the community center side. So when we have an example, if we have a wedding party rental on the community center side, and an actual junior hockey game on the arena side, then things can definitely get busy because things could happen, spills, and just overall people have some bad interactions sometimes at events, and then we have to not so much that we are policing it, but we are actually notifying the appropriate authorities.
That makes sense. Thank you. Okay, so over to you, Mr. Mayor.
You were bringing a motion.
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'm going to suggest that the additional $10,000 that was added for beautification be removed, and that we maintain $20,000 in that budget for flowers.
I think that's seconded by Councillor Bell. Any discussion? All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you for spotting that one. Doing the math. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back to Val. 160,000 in extra wages. Is that another wholesome discussion? We'll have it at a later date.
Yeah, I think I would like at this time though to, based on the last bullet point here, it's a discussion between both Rick and Jeff and why we went the route we went. And I think we'll have the wholesome discussion, but we have to have an explanation discussion currently to explain what our rationale is and why we moved the way we moved, if that would be okay. I can let Jeff explain his part and then I can let Rick explain.
Through your mayor. So for our side, in our first iteration of the budget this year, we actually talked about ditching and forestry stuff. And the way we weren't meeting some of the expectations that have been brought forward to council in the years past. Some of those expectations were best practice put out there for our rural storm maintenance, which is, you know, to cover off our network within 7 years. So every 7 years of rotation, we'd be coming back to the ditch we started in the previous year. With some of those shortfalls that we've been having throughout the summers and the resources, everyone with the holidays and sick time and all that, it's been a struggle to meet even 20 kilometers of road for storm maintenance. So our opt-in was to split up the 50/50s and cover off the 3 additional staff, the 6 months for those staff. And take it from our operating budget, the 135,000 that you'll see removed from our operating budget for contracted services, to bring that in-house for the summertime to continue on with getting to a better number for our rural storm and brushing activities throughout the summer.
So it comes off contractor services in what department?
Our department, the roads. 0576. And you'll see that there was 135 in there last year, and it was taken off to cover the 6 months that we didn't have in the budget on our side.
Do you have a question there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had another question for Rick, if I may. Sorry. Wanted to talk about Memorial Park. My recollection is that we've always done quite financially well at Memorial Park. And do I read the numbers this year to indicate that we have not been as financially successful at the park?
Through your worship, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, I may send this over to Val.
I'm gonna say I don't know that the final, if you're looking at actuals, they may not all be in yet. So that might be part of the problem. But we can revisit that later.
Councillor Bell.
Mr. Mayor, it's appropriate to talk about cemeteries. This is,
Yeah,
we had a presentation, or at least there was a request from some of the pastors in the about the little, what's the right term for that little chapel? Is it just chapel? And they were talking about the doors or the windows. Is that in our budget to do something with that or not?
Through you, your worship, Councillor Bell, we do have an allotment of funds there for maintenance for that facility. Also under the cemetery as well. And we are actually in the process of looking at making the doors more functional.
Okay.
The doors themselves are sound, but it's just they've being solid wood, they've swelled over the years.
Can't get in.
That's correct.
Okay.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was a request though from the ministerial to reopen it during the winter months, like to serve the purpose it was designed for, so that you could have a winter funeral and inter someone without everybody being buried in a blizzard, you know?
Yes, sorry, your worship. So that is currently still being talked about. The one pastor in town, in the town of Meaford here, did approach me directly and asked if this is something that we would entertain, making that building functional for year round. It can be. It's something that I'm hoping to combine with our facilities department to fix up some of the safety issues in the building. Because currently it was set up for winter internment, where the coffin would basically be removed or removed from the main floor into the basement. We would have to make that so it doesn't function any longer and make the floor solid. So that's an expense that we will have to we can probably do it within our budget and within the confines of using our staff.
I think it's an example of something that we had in the past and don't have today, simply because we never kept up with the maintenance. A sort of a salute to the asset management idea. So I think that certainly there are funerals during the winter, and that, I think, not to belabor it, but a lot of the people who attend these funerals are themselves quite elderly, and it's very trying, for people to stand out in the bitter cold to do that. So I think that if it's within reason, it would be a great restoring a historical, building and having it functional again would be good. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, your worship. And I also wanted to jump in on the chapel situation. And I realize we have had requests, and it'd certainly be great if we could utilize it. I know the condition of the floor may be a problem, but could our building department not adequately inspect that and make an evaluation? I'm hoping we don't need an engineer's report on that. So I just wonder if council could give direction to our building department to do an inspection of the chapel. The floor primarily. I think that's maybe the biggest question.
Is that something you wish to move? And I'm sure you'll find a seconder. Seconded by the deputy. Before we discuss it any further, is it a problem? Does anyone believe? So is that, we're asking the building department to take on something, but we're not asking them to do it tomorrow. You know what I mean? We're asking for it to be done in due course, so that this could perhaps be restored for next winter.
I think if they say that there's something wrong, then we'll probably end up having to go a different route, but maybe they could have a quick look. I don't think that's an issue.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. Any discussion of this idea? You ready to vote? All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, sorry. Now, I'm not sure where we are in our agenda. Val, I'm going to turn it back to you.
So we're good with asking questions. Oh, the next one is an enhancement. Now we can briefly speak to it. We're not passing enhancements right now, but we can briefly speak to why it's there.
Yeah, I think that it looks like almost a $4,000 net gain. So I wouldn't have a problem passing it if that's the case.
Deferred all
we will come back to it at a later time, once we've had that fulsome discussion.
Okay.
And then it's user pay. Emily is coming up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the user pay isn't changing a lot this year. There's no special operating projects or anything. We're just keeping with our regular maintenance. And we'll have discussion on Thursday about capital.
So there must be some questions here, because if I'm not misreading it, these are higher increases than the ones that we have done, which were high enough.
Yeah, and we did remain, so revenues in both of these divisions or departments have just remained at the 8%. I think it's a bigger discussion once we get to capital, whether these numbers will change somewhat because of the capital project that's associated with these. And I wanted to, this was something I did very quickly before we got the slides out, and I wanted to double check my numbers as well. So as of right now, currently, both budgets or both fees are based on our fees and charges, which increased by 8%. We're not increasing them higher than 8% until we have a further discussion later on in the summer, after we've done that financial plan review and the suggestion that we move the difference in fees, that was in December, where we discussed making a higher for commercial and a lower for residential. So I think that's more along the lines in July, because we just couldn't do it right now. That help?
I'm going to say I really trust you. And so, but I don't understand the numbers there anyway. So what next? More questions?
Before we leave the user pay and the water and the wastewater, well, we have Ms. Howard here. We have this illustrious picture of our wastewater treatment plant. Can you tell me, first of all, I know we haven't exactly settled on a final design, but we know we're gonna have to have a newer, larger wastewater treatment plant. But I look at this picture and the number $140 million to replace it comes into my mind. Is the new plant going to be much more elaborate, substantial than this one that we built back in 1970 for a few $100,000? Like this, I can't get my mind around this.
Look at Old Sal's plant, that was $40 million for corporate previous things.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, too, we could even just look at the water plant versus the wastewater plant and just see the technology. And our water plant is already 25 years old and it still needs help. So it definitely will be more elaborate, especially for what we're used to right now at the wastewater plant, where everything's manual. We're lucky if you can actually see anything on a screen. Everything will be on screens and everything will be automatic, which is a whole new training, learning outlook for everybody involved. That being said, there's lots of them that would just love to keep this one. So it'll be interesting.
Councillor
If I may,
Porter?
Your worship, do we have an estimate that we're basing the number of future residential units on when it comes to this replacement? Are we talking 3,000, 5,000, 7,000? Have we got a number that we're basing this on in
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I wasn't part of that. And actually, that's been one of my questions is where the numbers came from. How do we know that the expansion needs to be 6,000 cubic meters as opposed to our 3,909 that we currently have? So we have internal questions already, which is a lot of the reason why we still don't have an RFP out.
Councillor Forder was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. With regards to the user pay systems, I think a lot of our residents don't understand how this works. And what we don't know, we fill in the gaps, and usually it's not positive. So when we, everybody in this room has probably heard, but I have residents who think that we make up these numbers or we're lining the pockets of the municipality because we're gouging for these things. So the people fill in the blanks with the things they don't know. So my question is, how can we do a better job of educating residents so they can understand how these user pay systems actually work? That seems to be something that I get asked all the time, and I'm sure around the table many do as well. So it may not be appropriate question for you, but maybe for Val or the communications team, how can we do a better job of letting the residents better understand how these systems actually work and how we come to these numbers?
I can't answer that question like as quickly as you want, but I agree with you. I think more detail on how we come up to the numbers would be would be good for you guys to see. And I think we could bring that back to you. Right now, I think we'd need to dive deeper into how we come up with numbers and why we're doing what we're doing. I think currently we've set it at that we're wanting to increase by 8% because that was what our former financial plan indicated we needed to do. And then we have a new financial plan, and maybe we need to research it a little further. And with Emily's help and Jessica's help, we'll get to that. But currently we've set it at that same increase at 8% because we know that's probably not the right number. But we don't want to increase it more like was suggested because we need to do a little more research into that. If that's a fair answer.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Emily mentioned, we weren't sure how we arrived at that 6,000 hookup capacity for determining the size of the new water plant. So it was always my understanding that that took in the secondary plan area of our official plan and a total build out of whatever residential could be put onto those lands. Does that make sense, or am I all wet?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it definitely makes sense. Just those numbers keep changing. So now with ARUs and everything else, there's different numbers every day. So it's hard to guess.
Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Bartley.
Yes, I don't want you to get off that easy. Now, help me here, Val. We had a consultant stand at that mic and tell us a new program, and where the water increase is not going to drop to 5%. And then the wastewater down to 5%, but the commercial side, right? So it was going to be 5%.
Yes.
So if he thinks we can do it for 5, why can't we go 5? On the water, at least. I know the wastewater is a different animal.
I think if you looked at that, I think the first couple of years was an increase in both cases, and I can't recall the actual spreadsheet. But I think currently right now, until we get, it has to do with if we change the way we bill people, and we can't do that on a, like, it's a system change as well. So maybe it's wait till the implementation of the new financial software and we change the way we bill when we convert it over. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I thought both of them were to increase this year. And then it was to reduce, say, 2 years down the road, I believe. It was 5% after a couple of years. I think it increased and then it decreased. I think. Okay. Now we're at the end. If there's any further questions whatsoever, you want to go revisit something again, or it's open to you for discussion.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say great job, Val and staff. This is really tremendous, the way you put this budget together for one thing, but the whole structure of today where we have felt like we've had time that we could ask anything we wanted, that we got the answers, or you've assured us that you will bring back the answers. I'm just really, really appreciative of this whole day and the effort that's been put into this budget. So thank you.
Well, thank you and thank my team. Okay, anything else?
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I echo the deputy mayor. This has been a day which we're more comfortable with. I think each one of us were more comfortable going through this. I would like to go back and ask Mr. Freeze about the dust suppressant. I had a question about that at regular council. And I believe, Mr. Freeze, you said if we wanted to put more dust suppressant down, your basic comment to me was you're going to have to double the budget. Could we have a page? Is that within your realm? What page we can find what we're spending currently for what we are laying down? At that regular session of council, I said I saw hills and intersections in the fronts of homeowners. And I wanted to write that down myself, so I'm putting all of you kind of searching for my question. Or do you just even generally know, Jeff, kind of where it's kind of sitting?
Yep, through your worship. So currently right now, what we're putting on for the 50-ish kilometers of new granular materials plus hills and corners is around $100,000. Around $100,000 is what's in our budget for dust suppressant.
Really hard today to save 100,000. So your comment is, we're going to do it all, you'd have to double up, you get a couple of 100,000.
With quantity, we would get some better pricing, but that's essentially what we'd be looking at.
Is there another opportunity for using straight water? Do we have an opportunity to lay it down when it's really bad? Because what I said at that regular council meeting was literally my farming neighbors were literally choking on the side roads. Is there anything we can do?
Yep, through your worship. So right now we currently do that on a call-in basis. So we have 2 water trucks that run around with 2 3,000-gallon tanks in the back of them and try to combat the dust areas. A lot of the areas that are frequently dusty have very, very good drainage. And with the hot weather, we could dump gallons and gallons of water and, you know, it'd help for a day or two. Even in these areas where we put the dust suppressant down, there are even dusty areas afterwards as well, just because the water or the road wicks the moisture out so well in those areas for whatever reason. So yeah, but we do go and put water down where we can.
Well, that's really good. I mean, that's a service level. That's good. So would it be appropriate then, depending on how this next year occurs, is it appropriate then when you said about areas of if people out in certain areas say this is really bad, if they contact council to contact your department and just say such and such a road or concession is bad, can you just have a look at it? Would that be a standard okay thing to do?
Yep, through your worship. There's also the online app too, like for report a road concern that goes right to the roads department, and dust complaints are handled that way for sure.
I'll thank you for that.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Same thing. We contracted the dust suppressant out. Is there a chance we have 2 water trucks, we could put calcium in them and do it ourselves?
Through your worship. Yes and no. It's a very corrosive material. The one tank is a plastic tank, which we have done. We service the parks that way. We unload the tanker into our truck and go do the harbor and that, but the other one is steel tank. And only 3,000 gallons. They're showing up with tankers that hold, 37,000 liters. And those trucks only get about 11 kilometers of roadway done at one time. So the benefit of us doing it in that small of a tank and then having the tank where like life cycle reduced probably by half with that corrosive material in there, it just would be beneficial.
Another question?
Please, to the lady that runs the water department. Several times I go by the water department and there's a big tanker filling up. Can they fill up without somebody turning the valve on or getting permission, or how do they pay?
For you, Mr. Mayor, they set up an account and then it's all automatic. So they have a key fob that they carry with them in the truck, and it registers with the system what vehicle it is, with their PIN code. And then at the end of every month, we bill out depending on what they buy.
So it's metered as they buy it with their key fob.
But we don't have to do anything.
Beautiful.
Other questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Forder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just been kind of thinking about this. It's not a lot of money. It's only $2,000, but the apple pie trail. I tried to go on the website and it says that it's not a secure site, so I can't even get to it. So thanks to the IT department for emailing me to say stay away from that website. But but there's only 5 destinations in Meaford that are listed on the apple pie trail as I try to find a workaround through that. One of the destinations is also Meaford Hall, which doesn't really have anything to do with apples. So my question is our money for $2,000 best served to advertise 5 locations? And some of them are missing, like Grandma Lamb's isn't even a location listed on the apple pie trail. So we're either missing information that should be added so we can get our best value, or we should get rid of it altogether. And I mean, we could advertise all of these destinations for $2,000 on our own. So my question just to the group is, are we getting good value for the $2,000 to promote 5 locations when we're missing countless other ones in the municipality that are not represented through the promotions from the apple pie trail? Just kind of been thinking about it, and I didn't want to leave today without bringing it up just for discussion. It's not a lot of money, but it's just something I'm thinking about. So I'll just leave it out to you guys to talk about.
Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Forder, for bringing that back forward. I remember when asking that question of Kristen, she indicated that she was having further discussions with the good folks at the Apple Pie Trail. Just they were looking at making some changes and enhancements. I can remember when the Apple Pie Trail was first created, and the way it works is a business has to pay to be part of, the promotion of the trails. So that's, I think, why we only have 5 businesses, because at that time when it started out, it was 500. I don't know how much it is now, but yeah, and you're right. $2,000 in the grand scheme of thing isn't a lot of money, but yeah, I agree. I don't think it's not anything that we hear anything about on a regular basis, and I don't know that it really helps the community overall. I think initially there was a lot of promotion behind it. People followed it. They came up through Collingwood and Thornbury and Clarksburg and Meaford to the destinations that were part of it. But I don't think it's having the same impact now that it once did. So, I mean, I was fine to allow Krista to do additional research, but I'm also equally fine to make a decision right now to pull that right out.
Do you want to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and if it's okay with you, depending what the group thinks here, I'd like to bring forward a motion to remove the funding for the apple pie trail.
Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. Any further discussion? sorry, go ahead. Do you want to speak
Very
to?
quickly, it's always wise to check and see if you're getting good value for your money, but I'm always amused at budget time is when you're talking a 30-some million dollar budget. $2,000. Anyway, that's good. I should have asked Chief Pelon when he was here, and I forgot. But Ms. Howard or Jeff might know the answer to this. With all this snow and the buildup in the urban area, the fire hydrants, do we know where they all are? I know some of them have little flags, and I know the fire guys try to keep them all dug out, but have they had any opportunity to do that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's actually the environmental services that digs them out. But yes, we know where they all are. The ones that are frequently buried based on snow load, are the ones with the tails on them, so that they're easier to find when we do get a lot of snow. I was actually noticing it's kind of funny, there's snow on ones that have not had snow before, but the other thing is a lot of homeowners realize that it's advantageous for them to also dig them out, so they help and snow blow around most of them as well.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, if we could please have a vote on the apple pie trail motion before we continue.
No further discussion. All in favor? Okay. We really haven't set any kind of a record for pruning this budget today, but anyway, we are back on Thursday. And do you want to speak to Val to you know, what we can expect or what you'd like from us then?
So as far as we're doing, I think what we're gonna do is similar to the same discussions we've had today. It's an open discussion. We're going to explain what's in the budget, and we're if you have any questions, please ask them. Again, I'm asking public to come and have their questions heard as well. I can tell you, you got down below 15%. We're now at 14.91. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, 120,000 of that came from a recommendation that staff would be comfortable taking from a reserve.
Exactly.
So basically, staff did the majority of that nearly percent.
If you have any more questions, please let me know.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and more of a comment than a question. Can we go to the corner here? Do we have an audience today? How many?
163 views.
Okay, okay. I wasn't gonna tell you this, but we've got time. 2019, 2018, we were the second most expensive for taxes in the county. When I say that, that's on a bungalow. The reason I chose bungalow, or we choose bungalow, 60% of your taxes are bungalows. We were second most expensive. As of 2023 numbers, because we don't have 24 numbers and they won't be out till late this year. As of 2023 numbers, we're fifth most expensive. We're in the middle. Out of 9 municipalities, we went from second most expensive to fifth most expensive. At the same time, spending more on infrastructure than any other municipality in the county.
Yeah.
So when you have people saying they get nothing for their taxes or the taxes are too much, taxes are always too much. I'm a taxpayer also, but we've dropped from second most expensive to fifth. I don't want to go any lower. I don't want to be down with the other ones because the other ones are in trouble. And now they're having 17% tax increases to try to catch up to what we're doing. So I'm very proud of that. That was the whole objective of me being on council, is to try to correct that. 14.9 doesn't help us stay there. So we're going to work on that. But just to the public and to anybody that's asking you, the BMA report, it's in color. It's available to you. It's sent out to you. we have achieved a lot in 6 years. Thank you.
So, I think, ready for a motion for adjournment if we're. Pardon? Oh, yes, we have to leave committee of the whole. Are we really ready? Are we done with questions for today? We'll be back and have all day Thursday to do the same thing. So, need a motion then, mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Greenfield, to move out of committee of the whole at 2:52 PM. And all in favor? And I think at that point I can adjourn today's meeting and we'll see you on Thursday.